All right, positive energy all the time. Here we go. Again, late night. Got the lights down low. Here we go. Okay, rep your city. Rep your city. Rep your city. Okay. You already know how I'm going. I'm representing Chicago. Everybody on Facebook, salute. Everybody on YouTube, salute. Everybody on Kick, salute. Everybody on Twitch, salute. And my other Facebook, salute, salute. I hope you're all feeling well and good health. Shout out to everybody in Fresno. Shout out to everybody, all my relatives in Birmingham, Alabama, Decatur, Alabama, and Uniontown, Alabama. I can't wait to get there and see y'all. I haven't seen you all since I was a child. Shout out to everybody in Oakland, everybody in San Jose, everybody in Atlanta. The beautiful and gorgeous Mrs. Moore is in the building. Arlington, Texas. Houston is in the building. Lansing, Michigan is in the building. You probably say, why I haven't been to Alabama since I was a kid? I was probably a freshman. I had to be a eighth grade freshman. I would say a freshman. And we went to Alabama. My grandfather had a farm. Every year we went since I was a baby. I get to the farm. And one year we went and my grandfather wasn't on the farm. There was a white man that owned the farm that my grandfather worked for. And when he passed away, he gave the farm to my grandfather. Well, that man's brother took the farm and kicked my grandfather off. So when my parents, my mother, that's my mother's father, when she took me down there when I was a freshman and I seen my grandfather in public housing and he wasn't on the farm, I didn't want to go anymore. I think I was very angry. I didn't want to go anymore. And you know how mothers are. My mother, she probably watched me that whole trip, right? Every year we go. And from the time I went there and my grandfather wasn't on the farm, and from the time we there, because then we would leave there and go visit my mother's people in Birmingham. So I'm imagining my mother watched me that whole time, and my energy was probably really messed up. So the next year she didn't take me. I said I didn't want to go. I never went back. She didn't take me. I never went back. And I remember the hatred I had for uh, the man that owned the property's brother for throwing my grandfather up. And I remember I used to be thinking, I can't even say what I used to be thinking, but think about that. As a kid, I used to be thinking about going down there as a kid. And that probably really added to my revolutionary type of mentality. You know, I never went back. I'd never been back. I never went back to Alabama. Since like 71 or 72, I never went back. My mother never asked me to go back. She still went every year. I stayed home. She never said nothing. Mothers, they know their children. And my mother, she just never bothered me about it. She was probably very angered herself. She just never said nothing. I never went back. I never went back. Never. But I got family down there. So like me and my cousin, we're gonna go down there. I want to go and look at the land to see who got the land. But me, I can't always bet on myself. So I can't bet that I'll behave. There's no telling, I got to talk to my cousin when we get down there because it's his grandfather too. My mother's sister's son. My mother's sister, she came up later and then had my cousin. So me and my cousins like brothers because my mother helped raise him because his mother worked nights and she was single. I don't know. I don't know. But I might have him drive by there to try to see the owners. Maybe whoever had it sold it to some big corporation. Through letters and memos, I would contact the owners for our reparations from them that I would divide with all my grandfather's offspring that's still alive. But I don't know. I don't know if I don't know. You know, I have some behavioral uh, issues. So I don't know. I don't know how I'll be able. I don't know if I'll be able to. I don't know. I don't know if I should get myself into that, but that's an issue. And so today I'm talking about Godfrey. Godfrey, it's on this podcast with this African brother, and they have Africans on there, right? It's called 154, right? It's called 154, and it's like the I don't really like it the way it's being presented. They're always speaking on foundational Black Americans, which I feel that's legitimate because I'm always speaking on Africans. I feel that's legitimate if it's one person. But on a show where you got guests, why don't you have FBA on there to speak for themselves? Why is Godfrey speaking for FBA? Now, I do understand that it's their show and he's on the show with the guy, so that does make sense on one hand. And I could see you having a conversation, but they're having a lot of conversations about us without our representation. And to me, I don't like Godfrey representing us. I just don't. He's coming off Godfrey is split like it's two people. And I'm really good with psychiatry, psychology, and Godfrey is trying to be fair, but Godfrey does not like FBA and delineation. He doesn't like delineation. because Godfrey is a Nigerian raised in Chicago. He's raised in Chicago, and his whole thing was he kind of represents everybody, right? So he tries to represent everybody. So he doesn't like delineation because I feel he don't like it because psychologically he feels that separates him from foundational Black Americans. And his whole life, he's been in America. This is all he knows. He knows he's a Nigerian and all that, but he was raised as a Black American. So delineation, I feel like to him, is just telling him, you're not us. And I think he's having a hard time with that. So he's reacting based on this rejection. It's deep, psychologically. And he's lashing out at FBA. Then he's pulling back. Then he's lashing out. It's deep. He's all over the place. Y'all watched it? It's some show, 154. He's lashing out. Then it's crazy. Now, the brother that's hosting the show is an African, and everything he says about us is negative. I definitely don't like him. It's been another brother over there. Those two is horrible. But the one brother that's hosting, every question he asks is negative towards us. He don't like foundational Black Americans. And then Godfrey comes and try to straighten it out. Then he does it again. And then Godfrey got to straighten it out. And the brother that's a host does it again. And he clearly doesn't like foundational Black Americans. Now, I don't like this show at all. I think the show sucks. And I think the show doesn't represent what they say it represent, because they always saying that the show represents Black people all over the world. But the show is called 154, which only represents the 54 countries in Africa. The show title doesn't represent foundational Black Americans. It don't represent Blacks in Canada. It don't represent Black Brazilians. It don't represent no Blacks in South America. It doesn't represent Black British or nothing. It's called 154. It only represents the 54 countries in Africa. And what's funny about that, a lot of the countries in Africa ain't even Black. So you're saying 154 when those countries across the top is Arab, have conquered those countries. Egypt ain't Black. So you mean 154? There is no 154. Africa's been conquered. So the title is fake because Northern Africa is not Black and is not unified with the other. Then the countries in Africa are not unified, and then everybody else is excluded. And every time I see them, they ain't really talking about Africa much and the problems in Africa. They keep bringing us up. But they don't got none of us to represent. I mean, you could talk about it every now and then. Me, I'm just the only one here. So yeah, if I talk about Africa, I'm the only one. But if I had guests and I wanted to talk about Africa, wouldn't I bring an African in from Africa to talk about it? Or would I bring in a Jamaican and me and the Jamaican sit up and talk about Africa? Make it make sense. And so it's this African descendant. Then there's Godfrey, that's the African descendant. And they got the Godfrey speaking for us, which I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't give a damn how long Godfrey been here. I don't care how long he's been here. Godfrey is not foundational Black American. Not at all. I don't like it. And it's like, why you discussing us? We don't got no representation. And why does the host always say something negative? And then Godfrey's job is to clean it up. Then he say something negative, and then Godfrey clean it up. And then he says negative responses. I'm talking about that host. Everything he said about us is negative. Then when Godfrey cleaned up, he go, yeah, yeah, yeah. Then he says something else negative. And Godfrey cleaned it up, and he go, yeah, yeah, yeah. But over here, eating out for us, I think he was a football player. All this money came over here. YouTube ain't African. YouTube is American. Godfrey ain't made no African money in his life. Godfrey's whole thing was doing impersonations of FBA. He looking super phony. And I feel like Godfrey is mad at the whole situation. I can tell you what Godfrey don't like in one word. Godfrey don't like this. Godfrey feels excluded because that's all he knows is growing up under us. And I feel like Godfrey is going through a mental crisis because we saying, you're not us, bro. You're not us. And I think the word tether bothers him. I think the word tether bother a lot of Black immigrants in the United States. But the word tether is not all Black immigrants. But in all fairness, some foundational Black Americans are using it like that because of all the disrespect back and forth. Like that Haitian woman that say Black Americans is dirty. That's going to cause Black Americans to generalize Haitians because she generalized. So I looked at some clips from the show. Shout out to my brother, Black Alpha Network. I'll be watching Black Alpha Network because I always watch the young brothers, right? And he's a young revolutionary brother, but he's like a new type of revolutionary. He's like a foundational Black American revolutionary. He go hard. And I always support the young brothers like that. Go over there and subscribe to them. I don't say anything. I don't try to correct the brother. I don't do that. What he say, That's it. That's what I be trying to teach people over here. Whatever Black Alpha Network say, that way he say. I don't feel it's righteous for me to go over there correcting him in front of his audience. That's foul. So I just don't be saying that on my behalf. I believe that on everybody's behalf. Go watch your brothers and sisters. If it gets on your nerve too much, log off. But understand that when you're watching a content creator talk about issues, you're watching somebody that's not just talking to you. They're talking to their audience. So you're either the audience or you're not. It's very disrespectful to be trying to interrupt or correct somebody who's talking to their audience. You have to make a decision. Do you want to be their audience or not? So when I click on I'm the brother's audience, and I don't say anything. I listen to what he say. I don't pick what he say apart. And I don't enter my thoughts in front of his audience. I become an audience and I watch what he's saying. And the only times I'm going to say something is just like in real life. when we clap. So I'll only say something if I just absolutely agree. If I disagree, I don't say anything because to me that's foul. That's foul when a brother's got an audience to pick that time to debate in front of his audience. That's foul. It's also sissified. You're a grown ass man. Stop interrupting people with your idea and go get you a channel and do on your channel. I don't respect people that go on these various channels with all this, but you don't got a channel. You're not doing it on your own. You're doing it at somebody else's expense, somebody else talking, and here you go. Me, if I watch a content creator and they say something that really get on my nerve, what I do, y'all? I go make a banner and go live. And then I express what I think about over here. And many times I won't even mention them. I'll say, I seen the brother or I seen the sister say this. Many times I won't say them. I'll just deal with the issue, not the person, because it's the issue. I don't like what they said. It's got nothing to do with who said it. It's the issue. That's how y'all got to start. Deal with the issue, not the person. What's the issue? And so I see this young brother. He be gone crazy. I said, he remind me of me when I was young. You know what I'm saying? Me and my crew, this is how we used to get out. So it brings it like flashbacks. I'm like, oh, hell no. That's how we used to be, you know. You don't be trying to slow down the young lions. The young lions, they go crazy. So he a young lion, young king. I'm not finna, go king, go, wild out. Yeah, he be gone. Boy, bro be gone. And what I do, I'm not paying attention to every little word. I'm looking at his intention. You know what I'm saying? He loved black people. Love them. So whatever he say, it's said to benefit us. So I'm not finna pick the brother's stuff apart in front of it. But I don't never be hearing them saying nothing wrong. Hey, Sharon, he be tripping though. Hell no. He be, hey man, I'll be cracking up, man. I'll be watching, bro. He be going. He knows the information. He knows it, but he be going. Listen, don't say nothing bad about us. Boy, don't you say nothing bad about Foundation. Oh, Black Americans. I'm going to tell you, don't let him see you say it. Man, I'll be tripping. I just watched it. Man, I love that brother show, man. That young brother. There is some hope for us. That young brother on fire over there. Man, if YouTube gonna kick him off, they just gonna have to kick him off. He coming right back with a new name. He not stopping. He don't care. So shout out to him, man. Y'all go check him out, man. Black Alpha Network. Boy, he is something else. So I watched him and I went and watched Godfrey. Now, I've always kind of liked Godfrey, but there was always something there. There's always something there, with Godfrey. You know how you like somebody, you like them all the way? I always liked Godfrey, but it was always not all the way. It was just something about him. It was just something I couldn't put my finger on about Godfrey. It was just something. And now I'm beginning to see why I don't all the way rock with him like that. Because it's beginning to see now like he kind of cosplaying us like. When somebody get mad, the real them come out. So now he's mad. He don't like the tether thing. He don't like the delineation. And he's kind of tripping. Now, he did come back and say, I messed up. I shouldn't do this. But he's been saying, y'all can S my D. And, he been kind of, He been kind of tripping a little bit because he mad that we don't like the way he talking about us. That's like me. I come over here, I do a lot of things about Africans. How would I be mad at a Nigerian that come over here and be mad at me because he don't like what I'm saying about Africa or Nigeria? I can't turn around and get mad at bro that feel like he defending Nigerians. I'll be like, I understand. I want to understand, bro. I'm not going to, you know, I ain't going to, you know what I'm saying? I ain't going to trip on the brother because I might be kind of harsh coming from his point of view. You know what I'm saying? But Godfrey, he messing up. Godfrey, if I was advising Godfrey, I would tell him, you shouldn't speak on that. He shouldn't speak on FBA or none of that to me. He should stay out of that. Because he's running away he's running away a lot of people. A lot of foundational Black Americans at this point hate Godfrey. They don't like him at all. They don't like him. He'll never get them back. Now, for y'all watching me, let me give y'all some game. Because for you young people, this might happen again in your life. Black Americans morph, change. And that change be final. Okay? Y'all listen? So when you see Black Americans morphing, ride with the morphing or just be quiet. Because where it's going there. Black Americans are going to be identified as foundational Black Americans. That's going to happen. That's who we're going to be in 5 years from now. It's going to be on the census. It's going to be everywhere. I'm telling you, I've seen it before. There just wasn't on social media. I seen when we went from colors. We went from colors to Black Americans. The media, right? The media was calling us African Americans, but Black people, we never called ourselves African Americans. That was always a media term. I got to keep telling y'all that. Jesse Jackson said African American. The media said African American. But on the streets, Chicago, Detroit, Cincinnati, LA, we went from Negroes to Black Americans. We never called ourselves African Americans. Never, not outside. African American was a news term. African American was a news term that was used on the news so that they could say, you know, Italian American, African American, Greek American, Chinese American. That was just strictly for the news to describe different cuisine or some festivals or something. But outside, and I've been outside a long time. Shout out to my brother Street Media TV. I've been outside a long time because you're outside heavy at 9 years old. And I'm born at 1958. So I'm outside heavy in 1967, on up. And outside, we was Black Americans. And the people that always determined who we were was y'all, always. It was never old people. It was always y'all. Facts. It go from y'all to the 8th graders, 9th graders, and high schoolers, then to the older adults. That's how our change always happens. These is facts. Whether it's an afro and everything, it go from the seniors, college freshman age, sophomore like that. Then it goes down to the kids, then up to the adults. Yeah, right. Well, whatever, whatever. We don't care nothing about you, bro. You're nobody. You try to look like us, you try to walk like us, you try to dress like us. That shirt you got on is us. The whole way you carry yourself. You all on our dizzle nizzles. That's all you ever want to be is a foundation of Black America. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna listen to you. Your whole closet is foundation of Black America style. You don't got no style. Real talk. That's what it's gonna be. I've seen this movie already. It takes a while to change over. It took a while, you know, it takes a while to change over. You know what I'm saying? At one time, we changed kind of quick. So we went from colored to Negro real fast, and then Black Americans. But the teenagers and the kids made us that. So soon as the kids say FBA, it's over. Soon as the college kids say FBA, it's over. Because the babies do what the college kids do. The babies don't do what the adults do. It go college, babies, adults. So when the Afro came out, the Afro went to the 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds had the Afro. Then me, the kids, then my daddy. My daddy and them did it after us. We did it after the big boys. So it's always the big boys and big girls, then the little boys and little girls, then the adults. That's how our culture always go. Always. Always. Yeah. It's going to go to college. Now it's at the college. It's going to go to the high schoolers and the 7th, 8th graders. Then it's going to go to the adults. And that's it. It's over then. It's over. This is how our culture always go. Just so y'all know the history. So as y'all grow, y'all know that's how the history always go like that. I ain't lying. Name any change in Black America, it go just like that all the time. I'm always blocking the truth. Now, I be blocking goofballs and losers. I be blocking people. That's like won't go speak on their own and try to piggyback off of me. You understand? So that's what I do. Like dudes like you that won't get your own channel and try to piggyback off somebody else. I don't really mess with you. To me, you're like a follower, like a loser. So I get you out of here. You got to go stand on your own 2 feet. You can't come stand on top of me. You can't let me get no audience and think you're going to teach in front of my classroom or my audience. It's not going to happen like that. That's why you foghorn Bigfoot. Who's going to listen to you anyway? But that's why I don't listen to brothers like you, because you're weak. I don't respect people. Like I said, I just got through watching the brothers. I don't go over there and teach on top of him. I don't talk on top of him. Y'all got to get some internet etiquette. You don't talk on top of somebody else that's kicking knowledge to their audience. You don't do that. Anybody that's got to tell you, anybody tell you they never see me do that. I watch all these brothers and sisters. I watch street media TV. Street media TV will tell you he don't even never know I'm watching. I would never go say nothing other than something like, yeah, you're right. I don't care what he say. That's not my place to correct him on his channel. That's negative. You got to go stand on your own 2 feet and kick what you think. That's just how I go. Because nobody needs to be able to stop their lecture or what they said to argue with no goofball in the chat and mess it up for all the other viewers. The other viewers don't want to hear from you. They want to hear from who they watching. If they watching Black Alpha Network, they don't want to hear from me. They know how to come over here if they want to hear from me. So I can't let him get a big audience and go in front of that audience and start being disrespectful. If you all that, get your own audience. So yeah, I block losers that ain't got no audience. Because the truth is debatable if you're even telling the truth. I determine what's the truth to me. You don't determine what's the truth for me. You might say you need to eat beef to build muscle. I'm supposed to say that's the truth? I'm just saying. I'm supposed to say that's the truth. If that's the point, I wouldn't be a vegan if everybody was telling the truth. You understand? Yeah, I wouldn't be telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm standing on stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm standing on stuff. So watch me watch TV. Yeah, I'm standing on something. Go stand on something. You know, go stand on something. Don't worry about me. On the internet, that's how we go. Outside, we don't respect that either. Outside, you got to come outside and say that. You can't. We don't respect that. We don't respect that. We don't respect you interrupting nobody on the internet. And if you got something to say that's that serious, you got to tell a person to their face. Now they can do what they're going to do because that's all a part of it. I enjoy it, G-Rod. I enjoy it. It's a teaching lesson for the rest of the people. You understand? Let me explain something to y'all. You say, Pharaoh, why you like that? Because when we was coming up, the only way we could get knowledge from somebody, we had to go to a lecture. And you know you can't say nothing at a lecture. If you go see Henry Clark or Dr. Ben or Dick Gregory, you do know you can't talk. So now our lectures is on YouTube, but it's the same principle. The only difference is you can say something in the chat and it won't interrupt my voice. At a lecture, you be actually interrupting their voice and their train of thought. But it's always been like this. You make a decision to listen, and that's it. You don't make no agreement to talk. That's why you ain't got no microphone. All you could do is type. You ain't got no microphone. Why you don't got a microphone? Because you're not on YouTube. You're watching YouTube. I'm on YouTube. And the truth is, you know what the truth is. The truth is depend on who's telling it. You know? The truth. But I have a responsibility. I don't want to be responsible for nobody else's truth. So let me deal with that and we're going to keep going. The reason I block what people say, I'm not saying what they're saying is wrong, but us as people that talk, we're responsible for what the audience leave with. So when the audience leave here, everything in their head mentality, I'm responsible for. I don't want to be responsible for what you say. So I don't want nobody to come over here and learn what you say, because then I'm responsible because they learned it over here. Everything they walk away with, I'm responsible, like a doctor. I'm responsible for the malpractice. So if you're a content creator, let me tell you, you cannot let people say nothing unless it's something that fits what you pushing. Because if they learn the wrong thing, you're responsible. I'm responsible for all information that is absorbed over here. I don't want to be responsible for what you're saying. Go on your channel so that you're responsible, so they know they learned that over there. That's for my audience, so you know why I be so strong on that. It's a reason behind. I'm not just doing that for no reason. I'm responsible when they log off. Whatever in their head, I'm responsible for it. I can't let a bunch of stuff get into my audience head, because I don't want to be responsible. You go back and you're repeating something that's wrong, that I know is wrong or I believe is wrong. And then people talking about they heard it over here. And in our world, use a kitty cat. In my world, use a kitty cat, because you can't build your own channel. Use a kitty cat. You don't get no respect from the real G's out here trolling on somebody else's account. You a P word. Basically, you meow. Oh my soul. You don't get no respect like that. I don't get no respect going on side and other stuff, type it, or nothing like that. You don't get no respect like that. Use a kitty cat. You a loser. The only thing content creators respect is other content creators and what they say. And we respect our audience asking questions that's on subject. Even if they disagree, they have to bring it as a question. They can't make a statement. So if you feel like you see something different, all you got to do is come over here and say, well, Pharaoh, don't you think it's like this? Now the audience can learn. But you can't come over and say, no, it's like this. No, we have to have a conversation about that. You can't just that's not proper etiquette. Because you can ask me anything that's on topic to allow me and you to discuss it in front of the audience, but you can't make a blank statement. You can't do that. That's not good etiquette. Also, you have agents. They could be Ku Klux Klan or anything. And they can come and they can feed confusion into the community. Because 99.9% of the time, these people going to have a fake name and no picture. So how you standing on truth and rights with a fake name and a fake picture? How you equal me with my real name, Pharaoh, and my real face? So without you kind of at least identifying yourself, you're not on my level. This big Pharaoh, this is really my face. I'm really putting my reputation out there, what I say. You can't come with a little circle with a strange name trying to drop knowledge. No, it's like the county jail over here. Drop and give me 720. Yeah, it's you caught a violation. Drop and give me 720. Yeah, do that. So I'm not going to listen to no bootleg person like that. Now, if you got a picture and it's not your name and you still asking a decent question, respectful, yeah, I'll answer it. But as far as debating you and you can see me and I can't see you, that's like having a boxing match and you in the ring and they on the Xbox and they got a screen and they swinging on the screen, but you really in the ring. Dudes be trying to box me live here, but they be on the Xbox. You know, you ain't even in the ring. Hey, we're gonna get back to the subject. So what I did one time, I started bringing brothers into the live, right, to disagree with me. You know why I stopped doing it? Because brothers would disagree with me in the chat. I know y'all been watching me a long time, seen it. And I would go and bring them in, and what they would freeze up, wouldn't they? I had one brother, he was doing all that typing. I brought him in the chat, he froze up. And then when I got him out of here, then he started back typing again. But when I got him face to face on the live to stand on it, he froze. He froze up. I said, I ain't gonna do this no more. These niggas weak. Froze up. Just like, froze up. Didn't want to speak up. Didn't say none of that stuff they was typing when it was face to face. You know why? Because when you could look at them, a fraud can't stand on what he's standing on face to face when you're looking at him. He gonna melt when you can see him. Because when you can see him, I'm gonna give y'all some psychology. We're gonna get back. When I see him, they're gonna have movement, they're gonna have mannerisms, they're gonna have a look in their face. And they ain't gonna be able to look confident or none of that. And they're gonna know they look weak. So they ain't gonna want to do it. Because when the brothers say A, and you say, no, that's wrong, B, C, a lot of brothers, they know when you right and when you call them. They're not gonna show in their face. So at that point now, they just want to argue because you're not ready to shut down what they said. They can't even address what you said. Now, all that show up in your face. All that, I'm going to see all that in your face. Oh, okay. Okay, bye. I'm going to see it in your face. These are facts. You're going to see it in their face because they're not like me. If I'm debating you and you say something that makes sense, Big Pharaoh going to say, you right, you right, you right. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to get the stupid face. I'm going to look at what you said. And if you're right, I'm going to say, you right, you right, you right. I'm not going to get the stupid face. Yeah, but I'm not finna do the but. You right, you right. End of story. Hey, I don't feel like I lose nothing when you right. I don't lose nothing if you right. Look, what do I lose? If you come in front of these people that say something right, that's good for them. That's good for the channel. You right. Period. Period. You right, you right. Period. I'm not going to be trying to still make you wrong like a goofy. I'm going to snatch your stuff, and now I'm going to be saying what you said. Yeah, I snatched that, now I'm saying that. Yeah, you come over here and say something right, I'm taking that. Hey, I say this, right? You come over there and say something right? I'm going to grab that. What I'm going to do with this, y'all? I'm going to throw it in the garbage, ain't I? What I just said, once you make sense, and what I said don't make no sense, everybody know. That's why they say I be flip-flopping. Because I'm going to throw it in the garbage. I'm finna say the new stuff that makes sense. Get the hell out of here. You don't get this wise holding on to bullshit. You want to get this type of wisdom, you got to flow. You got to know when you got to upgrade your knowledge, when your knowledge ain't cutting it. I'm going to just tell you got to know, oh, yeah, my knowledge, that ain't cutting it. That right there. I got weaknesses in that one right there. Yeah, that little part I said, yeah, that's got a hole in it. Okay, I got to throw that away. I got to throw that away. I'm moving this in, I'm throwing that out. And so when I'm watching Godfrey, I just watched him a bunch of times before I came over here. It made me very uncomfortable. It was just very uncomfortable. It looked like a setup. It looked like the host disrespect us. And then the African born in Chicago saves us. That's how it come off. Because I'm wondering why this host keep it's like Godfrey in on him disrespecting. To me, Godfrey's in on it. Godfrey letting the other brother disrespect us, so he don't got to do it. I'm telling you, Godfrey is intentionally on there, letting the other brother disrespect us, and then showing that he, the savior, that, I'm black, I'm from Africa, and I'm raised in Chicago. Bro, listen. You ain't no Chicago nigga no kind of way. We don't talk like that. Okay? You was not raised in Chicago. You raised in a house and at a private school. You cannot say you was from Chicago if you wasn't outside. Godfrey was not outside. Okay? Not. You could tell he was a Catholic school boy or private school boy to school at home. Right? You could tell. And you could tell they looked up to Europeans because he tried to talk as European as possible. Oh, boy. How he from Chicago? He not from Chicago. He from in the house in Chicago. But he not from Chicago like that. He wasn't outside. In the 6th grade, my mother and them took me out of public school and sent me to a Lutheran school in 7th and 8th grade. Were them black kids at that school that been going there from 1st grade and on up, was they from Chicago? No. They was from in the house. They left there, they went in the house. Period. If you in the house, you ain't from nowhere. You're only from a place if you outside. Godfrey is not Chicago at all. Nothing about him. He don't talk like he's from Chicago. He don't got no Chicago slang or nothing. He talk like a white guy. That's who he was always around. He was not outside in no Chicago. If you outside in Chicago, you'll never speak right again unless you're in a professional atmosphere. If you at work or something, you'll speak well. But it ain't no way no Chicago dude gonna speak proper on no goddamn internet. That ain't gonna happen on phone now. That man ain't from here. That man from in the house. Private school, trying to be as European as he can. And he's a ventriloquist, and he watched us, and he copied us. That's why he do impersonation. Because his whole life is an impersonation. He's impersonating a black person from the United States. He does impersonations, and that character that he be is an impersonation. Trust me. And he do not like black Americans. He's still mad over them teasing him when he was little. I know psychology. Godfrey is still angry about how he was treated. You can see it. But he used this black American thing to get black people to come to his comedy shows because he know black people ain't coming to see no African. So he do impersonation of us to sell us his comedy. And now that he see Africans starting to make movies and starting to go into that type of thing, right? Now he feel like he could be an African. Tell me I'm lying. The one brother you had over there talking crazy played MLK, right? All right then. So Godfrey see, oh, Africans, African Britons and stuff is getting movie roles. I don't gotta fake like I'm a foundational Black American no more. I'm gonna start being an African because Africans is getting movie roles and money. I'm telling you, he don't fool me. He pushing more and more that he an African because they getting the movie roles, they undercutting us for the movies. All of them did that. Busta Rhymes did it, a lot of them. Once they see that they can get movies as tethers and they could rap as tethers, they threw us to the curb. Fat Joe. Fat Joe was with Digging in the Crates crew, being a light-skinned black person. Soon as Fat Joe seen he didn't have to do that no more, how he started talking about it was greasy. Busta Rhymes, greasy. All of them. Soon as they see they can make some money and they ain't got to impersonate us no more, the real them come out. Facts. And that's what Godfrey is doing. He don't got to pretend no more. Yeah, Godfrey don't got to pretend no more. That's why one of his worst ones was with the British dude that be acting like a black person. All these Africans is taking our money, doing foundational Black American roles, right? Pretending they us. Godfrey doing impersonations. Can Godfrey get a role pretending he us? Yes. Godfrey can get a tether role all day because he's an African that can pretend he us. And he see the money coming over there. He ready to sell us out. That's why he like, y'all can SYD. Y'all seen him say all that? He basically takes straight up, I don't need y'all no more. I don't need y'all. I don't need y'all. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. That's what Godfrey off. He's saying he don't need us no more. He don't got to pretend no more. He tired of pretending. He a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian. He kept saying, I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian. From Chicago. I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian. He ain't never said that like that. Now he's a Nigerian. He keeps saying from Chicago, thinking that we keep coming to his comedy shows and shit. I don't want to go see his ass. Godfrey, go sit your ass down. You watch and stop imitating. Since you're a Nigerian, imitate some famous Africans. Imitate some famous African. Why all your imitations is foundational Black Americans? Since you're so proud you're a Nigerian, because Nigerians ain't nobody. So he's a Nigerian that's constantly pretending he's us. He make all his money pretending pretending he us. But deep down, he a Nigerian. And he can't make no goddamn money being a Nigerian. So now they got him on this show, and they playing good cop, bad cop, and they got the host saying all this negative stuff about us, and then they got another mug that ain't us cleaning up our history. It's a total insult. Two tethers going back and forth about us. And yes, Godfrey is officially a tether, 100%. I don't want to hear nothing he ever say no more. He's done. I don't want him doing no impersonation of us or nothing. Godfrey, go sit your ass down. And all that you from Chicago, hey, not really. Not really. Not like that. Like you can't piss off the wrong foundational Black Americans in Chicago and walk around here. I don't know what you're telling your host. I'm just saying. You know, you ain't, you know what I'm saying? If you piss off FBA, You ain't cool in Chicago like that, bro. What you think? Chicago's foundation of Black America. We ain't no damn Nigerians, Ethiopians, Jamaicans, none of that. We been here. You an insurgent. Yeah, you a spy. That's why you so good with the impersonation. You've been impersonating us your whole life. Hold on a minute, man. Let's take a break. Yeah, they got a show called 154, represent the 54 countries in Africa, and always talking about us, ain't never talking about Africa. Talk about the 54. Talk about the 54. Leave us, we not the 54. You left all blacks outside of Africa out the title of that show. This is facts. Jamaicans shouldn't watch that. Trinidadians or nobody, because they excluded the diaspora. Listen, 154 represent the 54 countries in Africa. All other blacks have been excluded from the title of that show. Excluded. So just talk about Africa, because that's what your title is. Foundational Black Americans is not a part of the 154. Am I lying? We're not a part of 54 countries in Africa. Based on the title, they should be talking about the 54 countries in Africa. But Africa ain't on shit. So they ain't got nothing to talk about. So now they tethering on us to get views, because they can't get no views talking about Africa. That's a fact. That Goofy that run that show and Godfrey, they can't get no views based on Africa. The only way they getting views is talking about us. They got no diaspora on there. The show don't benefit Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Black Brazilians, blacks in Canada, blacks in Europe, Black Britons. No. The show is 154. Show me where Foundational Black Americans is a part of the 54. We not a part of the 54. So y'all exploiting us with a channel that excluded us. It's exploitation. And Godfrey don't want none of this smoke. He would never come over here. He'll get shut down like it's time for a store to close. I would shut him totally down, because we're going to start with that. Are Black Americans included in the 54? Yes or no? And the answer is no. The diaspora has been excluded. Fine. Just talk about y'all 54 countries and leave us out of it. The same way you left us out the title. But no, there's nothing to talk about but us. There is nothing exciting or interesting but us. Black Britons ain't doing nothing. Black Brazilians ain't doing nothing. Yeah, it's exploitation for monetization. That's what it is. Exploit us, talk about us, so all the Africans will watch us constantly putting us down, and you get views from Africans like that. It's a show questioning us in front of a bunch of damn Africans. That's what it is. That's what this show is. And you could tell them, Pharaoh, go over there and tell them, Pharaoh, say you a fraud. And stop bringing up Chicago, because Chicago's not in that show. Chicago has nothing to do with no 54 countries in Africa. Bro, stop bringing up Chicago. Leave us out of that. And change the name of the show to Tether Talk. That's what you should call it. Call the show Tether Talk. Because that's all it is. And I don't appreciate that host constantly bringing us up. Dude, shut up talking about us and talk about wherever you from. On my soul. Talk about where you from. Don't y'all watch that shit. Don't watch them. Let them get it. Let them get it. And Godfrey, cancel. He's canceled. Godfrey is canceled. Period. Godfrey is canceled. And Big Pharaoh say, man, stop mentioning Chicago, bro. I'm only going to tell you that once. Stop mentioning Chicago, bro. Godfrey. Tell Godfrey, Pharaoh said, stop mentioning the rack. You don't represent the rack. You represent some tether that was up in the crib hiding. You ain't been outside like that. You ain't been outside like that. Stop trying to represent my city like that. You are Nigerian. You not no Chicagoan. And you ain't been outside. You've been to Catholic school or something. You a good boy. You speak well. You don't talk like us. We don't speak well. We speak well enough to get a job and do our job. But we don't talk like you. We don't move like you. If Godfrey was a Black American, we would call him a Negro. He's an African Negro. Period. I don't want to see nothing he talking about. I'm done with dude. He's showing his true colors. He always been like that. He always been like that. He don't know nothing about our culture. He lying to people. He don't know nothing about us. All he is a ventriloquist and an impersonator. He make money impersonating people. He make money talking like somebody else. That's what he's famous for. He's famous for talking like somebody else. He's a professional impersonator. That's what he is. And that's what he's been doing. And he's not funny, he's corny. He ain't funny. He really be cooning and samboing. He really be mocking Black culture. Like, go watch him when he impersonate foundational Black American, famous foundational Black Americans. It don't be positive. It don't be positive. It'd be a caricature of them. Let me tell you something. If you don't like us, it's going to show. And he grew up and he was called all kind of stuff and he wasn't accepted. And you can tell he don't like us. He don't like us. He still got trauma growing up here. He don't like us. He don't. He don't like us. You can see it. It ain't no way he would sit there and let that host keep asking derogatory questions like that. He would say, listen, man, why you keep asking derogatory questions about foundational Black American? He don't say nothing. The man constantly, the host, hey, man, I watched it before I came over here. The host intentionally always say something derogatory. And the show is set up where the tether, Godfrey, is the one to respond to the negative. And I watched it, and the man did it back to back to back to back. The host. Back to back to back. The host is so phony. He'll ask a derogatory question about us. And then when Godfrey straightened out, the host go, yeah, that's right, that's right. The host say, yeah, that's right. And then what he do? He go, yes, another derogatory question. Godfrey straightened it out. The host go, yeah, that's right. Yep, Black Americans is great. Why is the Black Americans messed up? No, give Godfrey. No, Black Americans not messed up. Black Americans do this, right? The host go, yeah, that's right. Yep, that's right. And then he asks another, he just back to back. Every question he asked was derogatory. And then he got the other tether, Godfrey. He's our savior. A Nigerian is speaking for us. No, they this, they that. They. That's like, they this, they that. No, they not like that. Like he our spokesperson. When his ass was not outside in Chicago. We don't know him. He an in-the-house boy. That boy was not outside in the rack. He putting negative ideas out there because it's the 154 show and it's entertainment for Africans to laugh at us and to hear conversations about us. That's what it is. That show is for Africans. And they asking negative questions for us in front of Africans. It's an African audience, 154, 54 countries in Africa. What is their interest in us? They don't even mess with us. So why they watching about us on the show? Why is they always asking about us on a show about 54 countries in Africa? We are not in Africa. So why are you talking about us? The show has excluded the diaspora. Show me where we fit into the title of the show. We don't. We don't. And then they slow because you're going to try to ridicule Black Americans to Africans while Trump want to throw tethers out. And all we're going to say is, yeah. So all they doing is getting Africans thrown out the country. All what they really doing is they really hurting Africans. That's what they doing. In their effort to disrespect us, they hurting Africans. Because what you think our attitude going to be to Africans when we bump into them outside? What you think the European going to do when the Europeans see you? I keep telling y'all, the Europeans be watching. So when the European power structure watch that, they say, oh, we could throw the Africans out now. The Black Americans don't care. I just told y'all that. Godfrey is kicking the legs from under Africa, taking away any type of ally from them. Now they're going to be totally at the mercy of white America, who going to throw them out. And we're going to say, bye. I told y'all that the last video. He hurting Africans. He not hurting us. We at home. Godfrey is a visitor. He's a born visitor. All that you born over here, your mama and daddy was visitors and had their baby over here. We against birthright citizenship. We don't feel you should have no birthright. We don't feel Godfrey's supposed to get no birthright. He ain't no American just because they came over here and had sex and had that baby over here. Go back to Africa and take that baby with you. Godfrey's parents were supposed to be deported with him back to Nigeria. You're not us. We're not watching you. We're not supporting you. And shut up talking about us too. He not funny, but listen, two things he making a mistake. He making a mistake disrespecting black Americans, and he making a big mistake. Keep saying Chicago. Listen, you don't want that attention, bro. I'ma just tell you. Leave Chicago out your mouth, bro. We don't honor you. You ain't no Chicago nigga at all. It's nothing about you represent Chicago, bro. You is not no black Chicagoan. You not. You a nerd that was in the house. You a nerd that was in the house. He like these dudes. We got dudes in Chicago that went to Catholic schools and stuff like that. And then they get old, they be like, yeah, I'm from Chicago, Chicago. But really, they ain't outside like that. You listen, when you grow up, if you ain't outside, you can't really brag how much you from there. Because you're not from nowhere if you ain't outside in that area. If you're not outside, you not that. You can't represent that. And my parents took me out of a public school and sent me to a Lutheran school in 7th grade. And I went to school with black kids that never go outside. They go from to the Lutheran school and back in the house. Technically, they're not really from Chicago. They born in Chicago, but they have no Chicago experience. Only experience they have, the only time they get to giggle and play is at the Lutheran school. So they be like the white Lutheran kids. They don't be like the blacks in their own community. That's Godfrey. Godfrey is like the kids he went to school with. He not like the black kids that was outside. And we know that when Africans moved to Chicago, they moved far away from us in sheltered communities, and they teach their kids not to play with us or deal with us. When they come to Chicago, they move on the north side. Anybody tell you? The only ones that had two groups was the Jamaicans. You had the South Side Jamaicans who was black, and you had the North Side Jamaicans that was tethers. They did not act the same. The Jamaicans that lived on the South Side acted like they lived on the South Side. And the Jamaicans that lived on the North Side and the white part, they was funny acting. And those two type of Jamaicans didn't even get along. The Jamaicans that grew up in the black and hang out in the black community did not get along with the ones on the north side. The ones on the south side had black Jamaican women or black American women. The ones on the north side had European women. That's a fact. That's an absolute fact. And so he be doing a ventriloquist and he an actor. That's why he keeps saying, I'm from Chicago. Y'all notice how much he say that? Why he keeps saying he from Chicago? Because that's how he try to get his black pass. I'm from the blackest city in America. I'm from Chicago. That's why he keeps saying, I'm from Chicago. I'm born in Chicago. They be up in Evanston. Exactly. Why he gotta keep insisting he from Chicago? That's so it can help his impersonation to make you accept him that he black. But where we from, you don't sound like from Chicago. You not from no Chicago. You from in the house, boy. You a house boy. You a house Negro. You ain't no field Negro like that. Bro, you been in the house. You been to school and in the house. You not from no Chicago. Your apartment was in, or your house was in Chicago, but you wasn't in Chicago. You was in the house and in the school. The only time you went outside for recess at them schools. Boy, you ain't never been outside here like that. Obviously. And don't like black Americans deep in his heart because how he grew up here, you know he was treated different. We ain't playing stupid. Because a lot of Jamaicans that come up here, didn't get treated that great. You know, I had some Jamaican brethren, and the youngest would come home and say, "Mommy, they're at school calling me banana boat man and all that." You know what I'm saying? It ain't the greatest experience. That's why the black Americans and the Haitians was beefing in Miami. Like, go do some history on this. Like, that man is a real tether trying to connect himself to Chicago, but constantly letting somebody sit there and disrespect us. I'm watching it. I just can't believe it. That host, every question was as disrespectful as possible. And he was trying to disrespect us and make it look like it was just a question. I swear to God, the host, he was disrespecting us and making it sound like it was just a question. I swear on everything I love. I was getting pissed. I ain't gonna lie, man. I was not liking that, man. I was not liking it at all. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I was getting mad. I said, look at this dude. How long you gonna keep disrespecting us? The host. The host was constantly disrespecting us. I mean constantly. Constantly. Hold on. I'm gonna show you the video. You can go watch it and tell me I'm wrong. This video right here. Hold on. You're gonna be pissed if you watch this. This video right here. Right here. If you think I'm lying. It was a total setup. Nigerians versus Americans. Listen, colonization, colorism. They keep saying we colonize. These two right here. The one in the rainbow colored shirt, which is interesting considering the allegations going around right now. We ain't gonna go there. The one in the rainbow colored shirt kept on asking extremely negative questions towards us. And then Godfrey kept pretending he our savior, that he gonna speak for us because he a Nigerian raised in Chicago. But it was all phony because as soon as Godfrey would straighten him out, Godfrey would also say little stuff, negative stuff in the clarification. Then this brother would ask the same kind of question again. Then he straightened it out. Then the brother asked the same question again. And the negativity totally overpowered anything Godfrey was saying. Anybody watching, all they're going to remember is the brother's negative questions. They're not going to remember nothing Godfrey said. I swear to God. And it's called 154 Africa, but constantly talking about us and we ain't got nothing to do with Africa. The show ain't got nothing to do. And look, colonization. When Africa, the one that's colonized. Talk about y'all colonization in Africa. What the hell we got to do with the colonization? Colorism. I mean, man, look. Man, that show is so... Godfrey, he out of here. Godfrey out of here. Godfrey phony and been phony. Godfrey ain't never been cool. He's just showing his true colors. And you can tell he can't wait to show his true colors. And his whole attitude is like, if y'all don't like it, F y'all. Y'all can S a D and all that. Y'all ain't seen the other rant he had? He got the other rant where he talking like us. He basically saying, I don't need y'all no more. I don't need y'all. He basically saying, I don't need y'all. That's what Godfrey be saying. Godfrey like, I don't need y'all no more. That what he's saying. I don't need y'all no more. We got our little African stuff going on. We gonna do movies and we gonna play y'all characters. We gonna do y'all movies. We gonna be Malcolm X. We gonna be MLK. We gonna play black characters, and we gonna cosplay y'all people, and we gonna make money off of y'all culture and y'all pay that y'all suffered at the hands of Africans. Because it's Africans the one that sold their people to the Portuguese, and the Portuguese let the Spanish know. And it was the West Africans is the slave sellers. They the enslavers. They got slave castles all over West Africa. Yeah, Godfrey's people, Nigerians. They the ones with the slave castles. They the ones caused all of this. And now they the experts on our plight and our situation. The ones that caused it. The ones that bow down. The ones that don't run shit in Africa. Everybody run them in Africa. He talk about 154. And which one of them ones do Africans control? Africans don't control not one country in Africa. Not one. The entire Africa is slaves. The entire Africa. Foundational Black Americans is 1,000 times more freer than Africans. That's why they running over here. That's why they on YouTube. That's why they showing that stuff to us. Why don't they go to the African YouTube? Y'all ain't got a YouTube? Y'all ain't got nothing over there? Why y'all don't keep that shit over in Africa? I'm just saying. Y'all run over here to eat off our plate, to eat Godfrey and his daddy. Godfrey, daddy, and mommy ran over here because we made it so they can run over here. And he don't never say that. His mama and daddy came over here because we liberated it for black people to walk around. Before our parents, black people couldn't walk the street. I don't give a damn why they hurt. I want them to keep our name out their goddamn mouth. I don't care why they hurt. They can't be no more hurt than the descendants of slaves. How they more hurt than us, and we was the descendants of the slaves? Make that make some sense. How you come from the country that sold their people, and how you more hurt than the ones that were sold? Make it make some sense. How you come from the traitors, rats, that sold their own people, and how you hurt. How you hurt. How you the one hurt. Somebody tell me something. How you the one hurt? What I'm missing? How you the one hurt? How's Godfrey hurt? How Godfrey the one hurt? Do Big Pharaoh really got to break it down? Do you really want to go there? Because that's what I do. You want to go there? You want to go there? Nigeria played a central role as a primary source of enslaved people during the Atlantic slave trade, particularly from the 17th century to the 19th century. Godfrey's people, with the Bight of Biafra acting as a major exporting hub. Godfrey come from the major exporting hub. The main slave sellers, Godfrey people, coastal chiefs, traders, and various ethnic groups, including the Igbo and Yoruba, supplied millions of captives to European traders, often acting as intermediaries in capturing, kidnapping, and selling people into slavery. Why they ain't talk about that? Key aspects of Nigeria's role in slavery include major source region. Roughly 14.6% of all enslaved people in the transatlantic trade were taken from the Bight of Biafra between 1640 and 1800. Mind you, those people was brought from East Africa too. Them wasn't all West Africans. That's incorrect. They was bringing blacks halfway, bringing them from East Africa down the Niger River and selling them. They wasn't selling their own people. They was selling their enemies and other Africans. Just because you was sold from West Africa don't mean you was captured in West Africa. Right? Right? Between 1640 and 1800, an estimated 6,300 or 637,500 Igbo slaves were shipped from this region, making it a pivotal area for the American South and Caribbean. Local slave trading networks before and during the European arrival. First, let me go back. They saying 637 Igbo. Bullshit, lie. Because it was known that when the Africans was on the slave ship, they couldn't even communicate. They couldn't communicate. They couldn't talk to each other. And the history shows when they got them to the U.S., they put them in groups where they didn't put too many people from the same tribe. They made sure they was from various different tribes. This is a lie. They was from a lot of different places all across Africa. And when they used to store them, they stored them from different tribes so they couldn't communicate. And proof of that is they made a mistake one time and they put too many on a plantation from the same area, and that's when they had the slave revolt. The slave revolt was when they made a mistake and they put a bunch of Africans from the same area and they communicated and had the biggest slave revolt in U.S. history. Look it up. How was they all from there but couldn't talk to each other? How was they Igbo and Aruba and couldn't talk to each other? That's a lie. They was taken from East Africa, Central Africa, and West Africa, and it was a whole bunch of different tribes. And the majority of them was from East Africa. Y'all is from East Africa. Y'all is not from no West Africa, just a few of us. You might have some West African blood because they made everybody sleep with everybody, and the Mandingos was a lot of times West Africans that was forced to sleep with the women to make them have babies. But we mostly is from East Africa. We not from no damn West Africa. That's a fact. My teacher, Sunra, went to Egypt, and the Egyptians told him we was Egyptians. And so did the South Americans tell him that. So what is it? We all from the same place, but we couldn't talk to each other? Local slave trading networks before and during the European arrival, internal slave system existed. Coastal kingdoms like Bonny and Calabar, along with inland communities, developed sophisticated networks, kidnapping people or selling prisoners of war to Europeans in exchange for goods like alcohol, textiles, and firearms. Right? Kidnapping people. Kidnapping them from where? Up the Niger River. What they say? We're going to send you what? What's the saying? We'll mess around and send you what? Up the river. What they call it when you go to prison? Up the river. What up the river came from? Up the river is where you went into slavery. They sent you up the river. Up the river. Facts. Cultural context. Slavery within Nigeria, such as in Igbo land, existed prior to European contact as a method of punishment, debt paying, or capturing rivals. However, the transatlantic demand intensified these practices. Let me tell you something. Y'all really think they had enough slaves in one little area? Once slavery started popping was first money, you telling me they just all the slaves came from that area? They been sold. Them was the first ones, yes. The first slaves they started selling to the Portuguese were the blacks around there. But when they ran out of them, where they was getting slaves from? Anywhere. Mainly East Africa. Bringing them across the Niger River and selling. Facts. Legacy, the trade deep. That's why, listen, you ever see how they say foundational Black Americans? Why we not black like the West Africans? Why we kind of light? Why we kind of yellowish? And try actually because you mix with white? No, because you are East African and you also mix with Native American. And so you Native American and East African, and some of y'all is West African and Native American. That's why you don't look like the Africans. Because they was breeding Native Americans too. If you could pick cotton, let me ask you something. If they picking cotton to make money, and you could take the sun and you a Native American, they ain't gonna make you pick no cotton. Think in terms of business. If they need a lot of cotton, they gonna pass up on people that can pick cotton because they dark Native Americans? They ain't gonna make them pick cotton? You all good. You all good. Let me see what you were saying. I ain't really see what you're saying because sometimes when I be talking, I don't be reading. But you all good. I ain't really seen you said nothing and do your thing. You know what I'm saying? Do your thing, Cut Cal. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Do your thing. I'm just saying, if you look at cotton picking as a business, are you going to, listen, are you going to care who picked the cotton? What do history say? History say that the white slave owners would sleep with the black female slaves, and when the female slaves had them babies, they made them babies pick cotton and sold them babies into slavery. The white slave owner sold his own offspring from the black women into slavery. Look it up. Watch this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Boy, you don't get this nowhere. This big Pharaoh. What it say? What it say? What it say? Yes, slave owners routinely sold their own mixed race children because of the legal doctrine of partus sequitur ventre. Children inherited the slave status of their mothers, making these children the property of the enslaver. Many viewed and treated their own flesh and blood exactly like other enslaved commodities. Checkmate. They sold their own kids. So let me ask you something. If they sold their own kids, right? They wouldn't sell no Native Americans. Listen, you can watch any cowboy picture and you're going to see the cowboys graping Native American women, right? Grabbing them and taking them to the saloon and taking them up in one of them rooms at the saloon and doing whatever they wanted to her. You telling me that if them Native Americans had them babies, they didn't like them babies? They didn't sell them babies in slavery? I'm just asking for a friend. Hold on. I'm giving y'all the business. Look, let me show you something. My great grandmother, my mother's grandmother, is Sue from Alabama with a lot of black people, Uniontown, Alabama. Why was this Sue around a whole bunch of blacks that were slaves? So they didn't do her family the same way. How she end up surrounded by blacks? Because her son was black and Sioux. My granddaddy was black and Sioux. I used to sleep at her house. She lived 117 years. You see, 1993, and I was going down there in the 60s and the 70s. So you know I was around her. What was she doing around foundational black Americans? Because they was doing her too. They was doing her parents too. If you could pick cotton, it's a wrap. You hear brothers saying, oh, Pharaoh, we wasn't all slaves, right? 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 So let me ask you something. Brothers talking about they was freemen. They wasn't putting freemen into slavery. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to give y'all the whole business. Hold on. Hold on. Watch this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me find the brother's name. Give me a minute. Hold on. If you don't search the right thing, they won't show you nothing, man. I ain't lying. Hold on. Hold on. Watch this. I'm going to show y'all something. I forget which brother it was. And they're giving me a hard time. I can't find the three brothers, man. They're making it harder and harder. I got Martin Delaney, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for Martin Delaney. I'm looking for the other two. Oh my God. I'm looking for the other two brothers. Martin Delaney and two more. Hold on. They won't show them to me. Hey, boy, I'm telling you. They don't want us to know none of this stuff. They don't want us to know none of this stuff. It's Martin Delaney. I did a live on it, but I don't remember everybody's name. And there's two more. Damn. There's two more. Uh, Anybody know who I'm talking about? There's two more. No, it's two more. There's two more. It's three of them. I did a live on it. Okay. Oh, I know what I'm searching wrong. I know I'm searching wrong. I'm supposed to search Back to Africa movement. That's what I was doing wrong. Hold on. I got it now. I was searching the wrong thing. Give me a minute. Martin Delaney. Dang, man. Marcus Garvey. Where the other two brothers? Come on, man. They playing. They're making it harder and harder for us to find the information. Okay, hold on. I know what to do. I know what to do. Because they was before Marcus Garvey. Oh my God. Let's take a break. Hold on, take a break. And we're gonna get to it though. Let's take a break. All right. I was searching the wrong. If you don't search the right stuff, you cannot find this stuff at all. So I'm talking about Edward Blyden. Edward Blyden was a Pan-African that was afraid that they would put him in slavery. So he left the U.S. and went to Africa. Pan-Africanist ideas. We got Martin Delaney, we got Alexander Crummell, and we got Edward Blyton. These were the three I was looking for. I was searching the wrong thing, right? Now, this brother here, I'm going to show you how serious it was with slavery. This brother here, Edward Blyton, not only went to Africa, but he lived most of his life, adult life. He went to Africa from the U.S. because he was afraid that they would put him into slavery. Facts. He was afraid. He didn't want to live in the U.S. And he was 18. He came here and he was not comfortable being here. And he went to Liberia. And you know why? Because they were still capturing people, putting them into slavery. They were still putting people into slavery. Let me see if I'm right. I don't think it was Crummell. There it is. There it is. Facts. I knew it. Look, to show you how slavery was more deeper than what they tell you. Yes, Edward Blyton lived in constant fear of being kidnapped and forced into slavery, despite being born a free man in the Danish West Indies. His liberty was frequently jeopardized. His fear became especially pronounced when he traveled to the United States in 1850. Because of the Fugitive Slave Act passed that year, the threat of forcible arrest and enslavement was a reality for free Black people. Even in the North, decades later, Blyton explicitly recalled great fear of being seized for a slave during that period of his life. This precarious existence in a racist American society heavily influenced his decision to immigrate to the newly established Free Black Republic of Liberia in 1851, where he would go on to become a foundational Pan-Africanist writer and diplomat. So look, when you hear these people talk about they was Moors and all of that, man, that didn't mean nothing. That didn't mean nothing. That didn't mean nothing. They was grabbing Black people and still putting them into slavery. All that Freeman stuff, that didn't mean nothing. They show you in 12 Years a Slave. That didn't mean nothing. 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 You was whatever they said you was. Native American, mixed breed, Freeman was put into slavery. So these brothers try to deny, no, I wasn't never enslaved. My family wasn't in slavery. We were freemen. You're a freeman lie. You're a freeman lie. You're a Freeman lie. You're a lie. You're a Freeman lie. Once again, for people that think I'm making this up, yes, Edward Blyden lived in constant fear of being kidnapped and forced into slavery, despite being born a free man in the Danish West Indies, modern day U.S. Virgin Islands. His liberty was frequently jeopardized. Then what does it say? His fears became especially pronounced when he traveled to the United States in 1850. So he was worried about going to slavery in the Virgin Islands. And when he came to America, he was even more worried than he was in the Virgin Islands because of the Fugitive Slave Act passed that year. The threat of forcible arrest and enslavement was a reality for free black people. Point blank, period. Point blank, period. So all that, we wasn't all slaves, man. Shut your ass up. Shut up. We wasn't all slaves. All right. All right, if you say so. You was in constant fear of being no slave. It wasn't no black people walking around here with their chest out, talking about they free. Some black people, they put them in slavery 3 times. The one sister, she escaped 3 times. And if you messed around, they would tear up your free papers. Like you give them your free papers, they'd tear them up. I don't see no free papers, grab them. You think somebody was going to listen to your black ass that you had free papers when they get free labor? So Godfrey need to shut up and stay out of our business. He don't know what we've been through. Him and his family is Tedgers and leeches, and I really don't respect a lot of black people that came to the U.S. when the coast was clear. I mean, I understand you looking for a better life, but at least admit that your punk asses didn't come until slavery was abolished. Then you came. That's all I'm saying. Tell the whole truth. You did not come until the coast was clear. Stop trying to act like it wasn't what it was. You was not free in this country until this day right here. You was not free until 1970. 1970, when I was 12 years old. That's when you was free. And so Godfrey, I don't respect what he talking about. I don't respect what he talking about. All of that, you was raised in Chicago, man, listen. What that mean? What that mean? That don't mean shit. You don't get no brownie points because you was raised in Chicago. Stop acting like you can relate with my granddaddy. My parents was born in the night, and my daddy was born in 1931. My mom was born in 1935. Boy, your parents wasn't even in this country yet. So that little, you born in America, man, I don't want to hear that. This is my grandfather from Alabama that picked cotton. All of this, your parents came here and you was born here, that don't mean nothing. That don't give you no play in our play. That's Godfrey. Boy, that don't mean nothing. If y'all wasn't in Alabama in the early 1900s, early 1800s, you don't know nothing. Stop talking like you understand our plight. If you was raised in Chicago and he a little boy, hold on. Godfrey born in 1969. He should shut the hell up. By the time he was 1 year old, we was free. They had signed the Civil Rights Bill. He don't know nothing about our struggle. You don't know nothing until you 10 years old. By the time he was 10 years old, it was 1979. What did he know about our struggle? When he was 10 years old in 1979 and ain't comprehended what we've been to until he's 20, that's 1989. Why is he talking like he understands our struggle? When you 20 years old in 1989, talking like you know what we've been through and all that, and you was a little ass boy. 89, I was 30 years old. The hell is you talking about, Junior? You are African, raised by some African people that went to a private school and was protected and grew up and started imitating us and all of that. Yeah, we found who we was talking about. We found who we was talking about the brother. We found him. We're talking about Edward Blyden. Edward Blyden is the person, if you came in late. Edward Blyden. Edward Blyden is the one that left here because he was scared he was going to be taken into slavery. He was scared in the Virgin Islands. But like it said in the second paragraph, his fears became especially pronounced when he traveled to the United States in 1850. And he went to Africa because they were still snatching black people. They were still putting black people into slavery. And there is a video about some black Americans that didn't get free from slavery till 1970. Before Godfrey was born. I'm tired of him talking like he know about what we've been through. I'm tired of that. And he a little boy. Talking like he an expert on our plight. Oh my soul. This man right here didn't know slavery was over till 1960. 1960. Right here, American slaves in 1960. Slavery might have ended on paper after the Civil War, but it didn't end for these people. Go watch this video. Negro Americans didn't find out until the 1960s that enslavement ended when they escaped in the 1960s. Look, go watch these two videos. American slaves in 1960s. Go watch it. Go watch it. I don't want people talking about our plight, especially no young people. I don't like it. He needs to speak on Nigeria. Like Godfrey needs to speak on Nigeria. Man, stop speaking on us. You a little boy too. Stay in a little boy place. You don't know none of our history. Your mom and daddy don't know none of our history. You wasn't 20 years old till 1989, bro. Stop acting like you some expert on what we've been through. You wasn't here during the Chicago riots. I was. You wasn't here. He needs to stop speaking on us. Boy, you an immigrant, a Johnny come lately. Talking like you an expert with some African. Neither one of y'all don't know shit. That African he talking to don't know nothing either. You know, it's getting to the point it's disrespectful, man. Stop speaking on our plight, man. You know, y'all go tell Godfrey, I said, stop speaking on our situation. Stop speaking on our situation. Tell Godfrey, I said, man, stop speaking on us, bro. And you don't represent Chicago. Keep talking Chicago, bro. Stop talking Chicago. You was 20 years old in 1989, bro. You don't represent no damn Chicago. He's starting to irritate me. Bro, you don't represent the rack. How he represent the rack? What do you know about it? Ain't pissing me off. What do you know about the Chicago 15? Nothing. What do you know? Chicago. Bro, stop speaking on Chicago. You are African, bro. Speak on Nigeria. Stop speaking on us. When they burnt the draft papers up, that's where my mother worked. Right here. Me and my sister and my daddy and my mother was the first ones seeing the draft papers burnt up. That street you see there, to your right, that's where my mother's favorite ice cream shop was. And it was the weekend, and my mother wanted to get some ice cream. So my daddy took her to see some ice cream. He pulled up, and we seen they had broken her job and burnt up all the draft papers. On my soul. This is where she worked at. Real Chicago history. That happened May 25th, 1969. That was on a Sunday. Y'all know I ain't lying. That was on a Sunday, and we took my mama to get some black walnut ice cream. The ice cream shop was right there where that car is, to your right. And they was the only people in Chicago she knew had black walnut ice cream. And when we took her there, we got there right when they burnt the draft papers. Right when they burnt the draft papers, that's when we pulled up to get my mother's ice cream at her job. And they had burnt her, and I was 11 years old. My sister was 10. And we pulled up and seen they had broken my mother's job and burnt all the draft papers and threw them on the streets. It was on a Sunday. And my daddy was taking his wife to get her favorite ice cream by her job. I seen this right when it happened. Right when it happened. That was on a Sunday, 1969. I had just turned 11 that February. My sister had just turned 10 because she born 1959. Real Chicago history. I don't like nobody speaking on Chicago history or nothing like that. They don't know what they talking about. You know, speak on something else, bro. Stop speaking on my city like that. I ain't kidding. Like, stop speaking on Chicago, bro. Talking about you born in Chicago. Man, what the hell that mean? You was a little boy. You was in the house. Okay? You was an immigrant, kept in the house. They didn't let the Africans come outside and play. Everybody know that. The Africans that came here, they ain't let their kids come outside. They kept their kids away from foundational Black Americans. He was taught not to like us. Facts. His parents always talked against us. He was raised by people that talked against us. That's what they used to do. They used to tell him to stay away from us. That's what they used to do. Now, all of a sudden, he's an expert on our plight and everything. I ain't really feeling that. I wish he'd shut up. Him and that brother on that 154, they need to just talk about the 54. They need to stay on subject with what they named that show. I ain't lying. I ain't lying. I don't want them talking. We don't got nothing to do with the 54. And you can tell them I said it. Bro, we don't got nothing to do with the 54. Shut up talking about us. Talk about the 54. You excluded the whole diaspora. Why is you talking about us? Look, Africa versus West Virginia. What the hell that got to do with the 54 countries in Africa? Because you ain't got nothing to talk about in Africa. So look, he's standing there with the Nigeria shirt on, and the other dude trolling us with the red, black, and green shirt with the stars on. Trolling. Trolling. Why? Because don't nobody want to hear about no damn Africa. That's why. They ain't nobody gonna watch it. So they're gonna get their most views talking about us. We ain't stupid. If they talking about us for views, because there ain't nothing to talk about in Africa. The show is all about Africa. It's 154. But don't nobody give a damn about Africa. So for views, they using foundational Black Americans for views. And you could tell Godfrey I said that. I'm going to do another live on this. I'm going to put it in the title. 154 is using FBA for views. Oh, my soul, if I don't do a live on that. Probably tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. Why is they talking about us? We're not a part of the 154. The 154, the 54 countries in Africa. Talk about that, man. Don't try to talk down on us when we the most interesting conversation you're going to have. Stop using us for conversation pieces. You didn't include us in the title. If y'all really got some balls, bring me in on the live via the internet. Using us for views, but we ain't got none of that. The South Americans ain't in the title. The Black Canadians ain't in the title. The blacks in Europe ain't in the title. The title is only Africans. They excluded the diaspora. Okay, leave the diaspora excluded and talk about the 54 countries. Where is ADOS and FBA in the 54? What we got to do with the 54 countries? Nothing. This is exploitation. And Godfrey, now I'm seeing, he been exploiting our culture. He been a ventriloquist. He been impersonating us. He been making his money off of us. Facts. That's what he been doing. Making his money off of us. Impersonating us. Following us. None of these Pan-African, none of them got no interest in nothing. All they do is watch us. That's like somebody just came over, he watching us. Because his subject matter and what he talking about sucks. They just watch us. Because they're uninterested. Nobody watches them. Africa is divided and they're not Africans. There is no such thing as Africans. Doesn't exist. The African continent is just a landmass. There's no such thing as African. They're a bunch of tribes. That's what they are. They beefing in South Africa because they're not even South Africans. They're not even Nigerians. They tribes. They're not Ethiopians. They're Amara, Aroma, and Tigrayan, and others. They don't even represent their countries. They are tribes. There is no such thing as Africans. Doesn't exist. They're tribes. And now they trolling on us because they ain't got nothing to talk about. Because Africa's not interesting. It's not interesting. Nobody cares about Africa. Even Africans don't care about Africans. All they do is watch us. All they do is dance like us, watch us, act like us, do their hair like us, everything like us. They don't got a life. They don't. Look at all these tribes. There's no such thing as Africans. We're not interested in Africa. We don't want to go to Africa. And the European and the Asians and the Russians and the Americans and Asians, the Chinese ain't doing nothing but robbing y'all. The vast expanse of the African continent spans many different climatic regions and contains everything from dry desert to swamps to rainforests to glacier-covered mountaintops. Its 54 countries are home of over 3,000 different tribes and ethnic groups. 3,000 tribes and groups. There's no such thing as an African. They 3,000 different things, and the Arabs control all of the wealth at the North Africa. Black Africans don't even control Africa. Arabs control Africa. Egypt and them countries at the top control Africa. But they all in our business and can't do nothing with their damn continent and running all over the world. Everywhere you go, people got a problem with African immigrants flooding out everybody's country, bragging they Africans, but running to Europe, running everywhere. Everywhere Africans then ran to. How you run out your country and then pretend you're a proud African, but you ran. Godfrey family ran from Africa. So all that proud Nigerian shit is bullshit. Because if y'all was proud Nigerians, y'all would have stayed y'all ass in Nigeria. No, you're tethers because you come here to connect to our wealth, but you don't got no love for us. That's why we call you tethers. You come here to connect to our infrastructure and our financial gain we made, our racial gains. Because before we made racial gains, they wouldn't have hired no African. Would they have hired an African before MLK and the Civil Rights Movement? No. Would an African been able to get on the bus before Rosa Parks? No. Before Rosa Parks, an African could not get on no bus and do nothing. We the reason you could walk around here. But do you respect that? Do you respect our history that made black people have freedom? No. That's why we don't like you. I don't like Godfrey. He's over here living off our backs. And we don't want you speaking for us. Bro, you a Nigerian. Here's a Nigerian who's an expert on us. And he wasn't born, he a baby. He wasn't here for the Civil Rights Movement or nothing. He a damn Johnny come lately. He don't know shit. What the fuck Godfrey know? Godfrey wasn't even here for none of the smoke. Godfrey wasn't here for the MLK riots or none of that. Him, Johnny come lately, after the smoke, after we did the fights, where he could walk his black ass around, and now he tried like he an expert on what's going on over here. But don't do no impersonation of no Africans. He got us all down his throat doing impersonation of us. Because it ain't no Africans worth doing impersonation of that. Facts. I had some kind of interruption. It might be storms or something coming. Why he don't impersonate no Africans? Because don't nobody know no Africans. I don't like him. I don't like Godfrey. I don't like him. His whole existence is based on us. Now they making money off of talking about us. Hey, if your country is 154, then talk about the 54. You excluded us. We're not in the title of that show. So why y'all off subject like that? What the hell we got to do with the 154? Listen, man, I'm pissed. I'm going to keep going on. I'll go off for another 3 hours. Let me let this go. Because I ain't really feeling dude like that. Dude is canceled. Dude is canceled. We need to shut his goofy ass up. Talk about Nigeria, bro. And stop talking about Chicago. We don't claim you. On GDBD Vice Lord. On all the gangs. We don't claim you, bro. You not one of us. You not us, bro. If you go to the county jail, you're going to be fooled. Who protected the Nigerian in the county jail? Me. I protected him because I had some form of Pan-African mentality. If it weren't for that, Nigeria would have got cooked in there. But would Nigerians protect me in a jail in Nigeria? Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. They throw me to the wolves. You know, I'm sick of these tethers. I ain't lying. I'm really sick of Godfrey. Bro, y'all talk about something else, man. Y'all show called 154. Bro, talk about the 154. Talk about the 54. I ain't lying. Talk about the 54. Shut up talking about us. We not a part of the 54. And all these women over here look like they imitating Foundation of Black Americans. Don't none of them look African. Okay? Africans ain't got no culture like that. Worth a damn. Nobody want to be African. Nobody want to copy no African culture. That's been over since the 80s. Pimping us to make money. And it's an African continent on here. What the hell this got to do with us? This ain't even got nothing to do with the Caribbean. Brothers and sisters in the Caribbean should be the same way. You should not be allowed to speak on the Caribbean. You excluded everybody. This is about the 54 countries in Africa, which y'all don't run nothing but probably 30 of them. Anyway, y'all don't even run Africa. How you a proud African, but other people control Egypt, your greatest country? Your greatest country in Africa is Egypt. That's where you got the greatest monuments and stuff, and you don't even control that. They done shot their noses off of your stuff in Africa, and you Africans didn't do nothing. They punked y'all. They came into the continent and shot their noses off of all your great monuments in Egypt, and you had to take it. And they got a big military and say the hell with you blacks. But you on 154 talking about us. Talk about how they took Egypt from your black ass. And shut up talking about us. And Foundation Black Americans, don't watch them. Don't click on that. Don't click on nobody disrespecting you. And throw Godfrey to the curb. He's canceled. Don't watch him. Don't listen to nothing he say. And when he do a comedy show, don't go to that shit. Don't go see Godfrey. Don't go see him. Let him get Africans to come see him. Let him get the 154 come. Get somebody from the 54. Oh my soul. And I don't go back and forth. So I ain't gonna listen to nothing he say. So I ain't no need of him. Don't send me nothing he say about me or nothing. I don't give a damn what he talking about. Because between him and me, I run Chicago, not him. I'm Big Daddy Woo-Woo in this city. You's an immigrant. Stay in the immigrant place. I'm just saying, you ain't nobody in Chicago. Nobody. And neither is your parents. You are a nobody in this city. We didn't even know where you was from. We just think you was a goofy dude that do impersonations that's not really that great. Mind you, your impersonations, you get a 60 out of 100. You get a 60. But now when I see you impersonate a Foundation of Black America, my blood pressure gonna go up. Because it's like you using us. You don't even like us at all. You just use us to make money. Because there wasn't no African worth a damn to do no impersonation about. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There was no African that you can get no views impersonating. So you took the most greatest, most famous people in the world, us, and impersonate us because everybody know who we is. Everybody know who we are. So you're going to impersonate us. But you ain't going to have no show and talk about our greatness or nothing. You and that African dude going to sit there and play with us and try to disrespect us in the form of a question. Well, y'all playing a dangerous ass game. And dude, you that run that show, shut your ass up and talk about wherever you from. Shut up talking about us, dude. We not in the title of that show. Shut up talking about Foundational Black America and talk about the 54 African countries. And you brothers who's from the Jamaica and the Caribbean, y'all bogus if y'all let him talk about y'all. Any blacks that's not in Africa that let that man talk about you, you should be ashamed of yourself. I'm standing on that. I'm heated. I ain't lying. Listen, I'm heated. I need to just log off. I ain't lying. I'm heated. If they didn't add you in the title, they shouldn't be allowed to speak on you. I'm going to keep it real. The title is 154. That's the 54 countries in Africa. Why a title saying West Virginia? What West Virginia got to do with 54 countries in Africa? What Foundational Black Americans got to do with Foundational Black Americans? Because these people you got here, ain't nobody going to watch that bullshit. We ain't going to watch that. We ain't never going to click on that. You know, stop trolling us to get us to watch that shit. Real talk. We don't give a damn about no Nigerian parents or none of that, bro. We don't care about none of that. We don't care. Don't y'all click on that. Man, don't respond to that boy. It ain't no just business. What that got to do with what I'm talking about? Lil Durk is bigger than T.I. by far. Facts. T.I. is a nobody. And T.I. is not the biggest in Atlanta. Not close. T.I. ain't nobody in Atlanta like that. The shorties run Atlanta. Don't ask me no stupid shit. Future way bigger than T.I. Man, stop. T.I. is a nobody, a washed up rapper. He's a nobody. He sucks and he's a nobody. He ain't put no damn Atlanta on. Outkast put Atlanta on. Fuck out of here. Outkast put Atlanta on and Ludacris. But Outkast was the first ones. T.I.'s a nobody. And his music sucked. It sound like shit. Nobody want to listen to that shit. Ain't nobody listening to T.I. Ain't nobody listening to T.I. Young Thug is bigger than T.I. Shit. Thug was bigger than T.I. The first people that put Atlanta on was Outkast. Before Outkast, Atlanta didn't have nobody. Outkast introduced us to Atlanta. That's just a fact. Outkast is the king of Atlanta, the kings of Atlanta. Like, give credit where credit is due. T.I. ain't no Andre 3000. Andre 3000 is a king, boy. Hate him or love him. Andre 3000 is the boss down there, is the biggest down there. And people that like music, we like Ludacris way better than man, Luda T.I. live. Luda way better than T.I. But Luda just got in the movies. T.I. can't fuck with Luda. Whatever. Outkast put Atlanta on the map. Outkast put them in the lap with that Southern Playalistic. That's the first one we listened to. That's the CD I had. This is the CD put them on. Southern Playalistic. On my soul. Shit was fire. This is before they got weird. This when it was like straight player, gangster player music, like strict player music. This put them on the map. This their greatest group. Period. Yeah, these the guys right here. Yeah, Outkast. That's who I know. You know what I'm saying? That's what got me in Atlanta. I ain't gonna lie. I wasn't listening to nobody from Atlanta on no rap until Outkast. That I know of. Because the South was the Ghetto Boys. The Ghetto Boys what put us on to the South. Luke, he was down there, but we aren't paying no strippers no attention like that. We was just looking at their booties. But Scarface and Bushwick and Willie D, they put the South on. That's who put the South on. I don't know what nobody else saying. I don't care what they saying. The Ghetto Boys put the South on. That's a fact. With Bushwick with his shot in the eye. That put the South all the way on. Am I lying? You know, I was buying the music. Boy, listen. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know who put the South on. Come on, man. If we talk about the South, all praises go to the Ghetto Boys. What? Man, the world went crazy when they did this cover and Bushwick had got shot in the eye. Man, that thing went crazy. That went crazy. That's hip-hop history for sure. What's going on, CJ? Yeah, the Ghetto Boys. You know what I'm saying? Luke gets some credit, but Luke was more known for booty popping than he was for anything. You know, we just looked at him for the booty shaking. He the ones made women want to get bigger booties. He made us pay attention to booty sizes. But as far as the music in the South that really put the South on, It was the Ghetto Boys. They was there competing with Ice Cube. It was Ice Cube because he had left NWA and the Ghetto Boys. Everybody named Mama had this album. Come on, man. One of the greatest songs ever, man. At night I can't sleep. I toss and turn. Come on, man. Candlesticks in the dark. Visions of body being burned. Four walls just staring at a nigga, man. Hey, man. That's one of the greatest rap songs ever. If that ain't in the top 20 greatest rap songs, something wrong. Something wrong. If mine's playing tricks on you, ain't in the top 20, probably the top 10, something wrong. The beat and everything. Don't. Man, come on, man. That's one of the greatest rap songs ever, 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 ever. Everybody verse, especially Bushwick. Last year, Halloween fell on the weekend. Boys, being get them boys a trick or treating. That shit was off the chain. When it went into the CD changer, it just stayed in rotation for a few hours. You're driving around in the lack or what you had, the Chevy or whatever. We're just driving around for hours and you don't change that CD. That CD just stayed there for a long time. Yeah, they some of the greats. I love the Ghetto Boys, man. Shout out to Texas. You know, one thing about Texas is an FBA headquarters. Like, we love Texas. On my soul. Because Texas is like probably the strongest black state in the United States. I could say that. Why? Because Texas got Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio, and a couple more cities. So Texas is like the number one black state, I would say. More blacker than California. I would say Texas is the blackest state in America. That's what I would say. I can't wait to get down there. I'm coming to Texas real soon. Yeah, I love Texas. And Texas might got the baddest women. Because they got them stallions. They got them, well, they're supposed to be called mares. I think you're not supposed to call women. I think stallions is male horses. I think stallions is male horses. Yep, a stallion is an adult, uncastrated male horse. Yep. Like, we ain't supposed to be calling women no stallion. That's like disrespect, really. The female is a mare, M-A-R-E. Four years or older. You know what I'm saying? We ain't really supposed to be calling the women no stallions. You know what I'm saying? Megan the Stallion, that's Megan the Man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know if I want to hit no stallion. I'm just saying now, I deal with a mare. Anyway, man, I'm sick of this boy, though. I wish he'd just sit his ass down and do Africa. I'm tired of him trying to teeter-totter between the two groups because he's not uniting us. I'm just sick of him trying to play this fake middleman. You know, I'm just really sick of dude. Seriously. I want him to stop speaking on us. You are African, bro. Somebody, you a black American citizen. Bro, you not no black American. You are African that got American citizenship. You not no black American. We don't claim you, bro. And I can speak for myself. I don't really like you. You know, I didn't never dislike him. But as of what he been saying lately, I definitely dislike him. And one thing about me, once I unlike you, I'm not liking you back no more. He's done. I'll never like him. I don't like him. Anytime I see him, I'm changing. I'm not even watching nothing he say. If I'm following you on social media and you posting him a lot, I'm a unfollow you. I don't want to see nothing he say. If he can make his money out there, that's on him. I ain't gonna tell nobody to don't go spend no money with him. I'm just not. That's how I do. I'm just not gonna do it. If anybody else deal with you, I'm not here to tell them don't support you. Whoever support you, support you. But I don't want to hear shit you saying. Period. I'm done with you. And you always was corny anyway. You was always a weirdo, corny dude anyway. We just tolerate you. We liked your little impersonations. That was the only thing you had was worth a damn, is doing them whack ass impersonations that really wasn't that great. That's why you don't do them a lot. That's your only claim to fame, impersonating the FBA. So imagine somebody that made money off of impersonating us that'll flip-flop on us like that. Nah, you get proud, whatever. But why you ain't impersonate whatever? Stop impersonating us, bro. Y'all shouldn't accept him impersonating us. But hey, I don't really want to tell you what not to support. But that's how I feel. Like at this point, when he impersonate our people, it's an insult. Him and that garbage ass show, 54-1 or 154, whatever the hell, that's garbage. Broadcast that shit to the Africans. We don't want to see your shit. Yeah, have a show and tell all Africans to go home and stop coming in everybody else's turf since Africa's so goddamn great. Get out of everybody else's territory messing it up. Leave Europe. Leave the Caribbean. Get the hell out of Canada. Get the hell out of the United States. And go be great in Africa since it's so great. Stop coming over here leeching off us and then talking down on us. That go for Godfrey too. If Africa's so great, take your monkey ass to Africa and do your show there, or just talk to Africans. And you foundational black Americans that still support Godfrey, y'all some turncoats and some slaves. Y'all is a disgrace. That man that crossed the line. And I don't know why I don't know why they got to use us for views. I don't really like that. I don't like that, bro. Stop using us for views. It's going to go bad. We're going to trash your ass real bad. If Godfrey don't stop, it's going to go bad. Talk about something else, bro. Don't talk about us. Tell them Pharaoh said, don't talk about FBA. Talk about Africans. Don't talk about us. And all that, I could do this and I could do that. Yeah, all right, keep that same energy. You say you grew up in Chicago. All right. How you think that's gonna work out here? Bro, that's not gonna work here. Do what? Bruh. You was in the house. Your mommy them didn't let you outside Chicago. You got Chicago fucked up. Boy, you better take that bass out your voice when you're talking to the rat. Boy, we not taking no disrespect here like that. You know, if you're an African, then talk about Africans. Unless you're talking about it in a constructive way, how people could get themselves together, Don't talk about us. If you're going to talk about us, talk about a way how we could build and get ourselves together. Don't be talking down on us like Africans versus us and you a goddamn African. Ain't no way you're going to be fair. It's two of y'all on there, both of y'all Africans trying to act like y'all fair. It ain't fair. We ain't there to represent ourselves. We don't want no two Africans representing us, bro. You foul. Y'all shut the fuck up and push Africa over there. Before I really go on a tangent and really put y'all name in 10 videos. Because I'll go hard. Y'all want to go viral for real? Well, you don't want Pharaoh to send you viral. It's going to go bad. And I don't do no back and forth. I'm going to just do forth. I'm not going to pay no attention to no response. Period. Everybody know I do. I don't pay no attention to no response. I'm just bow, 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 bow. Get y'all ass out of here. Talk about Africa. Because I'm definitely going to do a video that y'all disrespecting the diaspora anyway. Our name ain't in the title. You are not representing the diaspora. You're not representing Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Belizeans. So since we're not included in the title, stop talking about us. Talk about the 154. That's it. That channel was anti-diaspora. It's acting like Africans is the only black people on the planet. It's a stupid ass title to think that other black people gonna watch you with a title that excludes them. Why would we watch something that exclude us? But you constantly got our name in your mouth. The title don't even include foundational Black Americans at all. But you constantly got us in your rabbit ass mouth. Like, cut it out, man. These type of things is what be happening in Africa that cause xenophobia. I'm not pushing xenophobia, but I'm showing you this is how that type of stuff kick off. Because you're not from somewhere and you disrespecting the people that's really from there. Down. Come on, man. I don't push no black on black violence. But what if I was younger and I had my kids and my kids see me ranting and raving about Africans disrespecting? What you think my kids will do when they go outside and have contact with Africans? They be like, my daddy don't like y'all. See what I'm saying? Stupid shit. So since you disrespecting us, my advice to Foundation Black America, call ICE. Call ICE. Call ICE. If we want to hit below the belt, call ICE. Call ICE on the Africans. Yep, call ICE on the Africans. Call ICE. Every African you see, call ICE. Get them out of here. Just like they finna get the Haitians out of here. Boy, you're going to stop playing with us. Call ICE. Call ICE. We not playing. Like, we're not playing with you. Like, we're not playing. We're not playing with you Africans. We're not playing with none of you blacks that ain't foundational Black Americans. We will call ICE on y'all. Because one thing we know of people that hate us, we know if the shoe was on the other foot, they would call ICE on us. That's what you are saying. Black immigrants are saying that if the shoe was on the other foot, they would definitely call ICE on us. That's how it's coming off to me. That you ain't in a position to hate us as much as you want to. Because Godfrey wasn't in a position to hate us like that. But now he looking like he can get some black movies, he can get some African roles, he can go work with the Africans. So now all of a sudden, He seen these Africans making movies exploiting us in that. So he said, oh, I don't got to kiss black Americans' ass no more. I can let them know how I really feel. That's how I'm taking it. I'm taking it that Godfrey see that he don't need us no more. That's how it come off to me. That's how it looked to me. Because he was first dissing us with the African brother making the movies. So he like, oh, I can get in. Africans making movies and got TV shows now. I can just get in their stuff. Africans is doing stuff in Europe and everywhere. So I don't got to kiss black Americans' ass no more. Now I could be an African. That's what it looked like. That's what it looked like. It looked like he's selling us out. It looked like he don't gotta suck up. Because some of the stuff he be saying, go watch them interviews and see the hate out of him sometimes. Like, go watch his responses to this. If you really have respect for us, there's no way you would respond like that. Like, you don't see me calling them all kind of shit. You don't see me inviting them to my private parts and all that. That's what he doing to us. He telling us, he really, I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far on no Africans like that. But he going real far on FBA. Some of that stuff he's saying, that ain't going to work on the streets like that. Like, what you say, you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe you going too far. He going too far. So we be like this. You ever been with a woman and then something happened where y'all have a little disagreement and she start saying all kind of shit about you that you never heard before? She been thinking like that. Godfrey been had a problem with us. He been like that. He been had a problem with us. That's why it all came out. He like, I don't need y'all no more. I'm on the African show with African dude. All right, stay your black ass over there. Because Pharaoh ain't never clicking on nothing you on no more. Well, I don't want to hear nothing you got to say no more. And you got to deal with the recent rumors going around. I didn't even hit you hard because allegedly, allegedly they saying, Allegedly, they talking about your little roommate. So you probably need to take that bass out your voice, because allegedly, allegedly, you ain't even no good example of no black African male. Allegedly, Godfrey. Allegedly. His parents should have told him to stay away from me. But, oops. That's what his parents should have said. His parents should have taught him, You know what I'm saying? That ain't what I heard. That ain't what's going around. What's going around is That's what they saying. He really picked a bad time to make enemies over here. Because allegedly, oopsie scoopty. Originally, that's what they saying. I didn't even go there. I didn't even go what the new allegations is on you anyway. Now you just made it worse. Foundational Black Americans finna tear you up, bro. You done. Your goose is cooked. And we looking at your co-host on the African show like, oh, okay. What we got going on here? What's up? What is this here? I'm just saying. That's how Big Pharaoh looking at them. Oh, okay. Okay, where y'all meet at? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Hey, hey, where y'all meet at? What y'all got going on? How y'all know each other? Yeah, what's going on here? Where y'all on that? I can't stand Black America. I can't stand FBA, girl. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm like, listen, bro, don't get your pennies all up in a bunch. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Godfrey. Boy, shut your ass up, cornball. Because he look weird and strange like he don't fit in anyway. He look like one of them dudes don't fit in. You know what I'm saying? Is he funny or is he just funny looking? I'm just saying, bro, leave FBA out your mouth. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, leave FBA out your mouth, bro. I ain't really feeling you. You know what I'm saying? I don't like this dude. None. I don't like you, bro. If you're watching, I don't like you. And take that bass out your voice. And stop throwing Chicago in that. You in Nigeria. You ain't no Chicagoan. We don't claim you, bro. On the guys. On 49 grade, we don't claim you, bro. Chicago, blacks of Chicago, we not claiming you. This whole thing was, man, listen. This whole thing when you come over here and have these babies over here, and then they supposed to be us, we not with that no more. We ain't with no anchor babies. We ain't with no anchor babies. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, you seen what he had on. You seen what he had on. Don't know, man. No, I ain't even went that direction. Probably tomorrow or later. Probably later. One day I'll jump all the way off the whole cliff and have to chop the video up. You know how I do. I have a bad day and I'll jump all the way off the whole mountain with a jet pack on. I'm liable to jump off of Mount Everest with the jet pack on and wild out on them one day when I'm really pissed off. I'm keeping it kind of cool today. He was an agent. Everybody knew he was the police. Everybody know dude was bootleg police and called himself the Black Panther. The Black Panther sued him, told him he can't use that name. He had to make up a whole nother name. Everybody know. Everybody knew dude was a fraud. Everybody knew he was a fraud. So everybody knew dude was a fraud. You know what I'm saying? So his career, you know, didn't last long once we found out he was a bootleg blood. You know what I'm saying? Once we found out he was a bootleg blood, it was over. We like, oh, so you a blood? And then you a Black Panther? Where they do that at? Yeah, once we found out he was a bootleg blood, and then he went from a blood to this dude, we like, all right, okay, pause. Okay, bro. Listen, come here. Birdson, come here. Go sit your goof ass down somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Once we seen he was a blood, and we like, oh, okay, all right, oh, okay. Then once we seen he was a bootleg blood, man, we was like, wait a minute. Bruh, come here. Come here, bird son. Come here, come here, come here. No, I ain't gonna hit you. I ain't gonna do nothing. Come here. Go sit your goofy ass down somewhere. Boy, if you don't stop, well, he done went to the Halloween costume place and bought a Black Panther costume. Look, he trying to look hardcore. Look, 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 look. Look, he trying to look panthery. That's a Black Panther look. Yeah. He practicing shit. You know what I'm saying? Look. Yeah, that's the police. Yeah, that's the police. Once you do that, we know you the police. Once you do that, we know you the police for sure. We know when you do that, we know you as law enforcement. We already know, oh, you the police. Yeah, once you get out there barking like that, we know we already seen this movie before. We seen this movie. You know what I'm saying? His problem was we didn't forget the last movie, so that's where he messed up at. He messed up because we already had seen the movie, and they didn't wait long enough for they showed the rerun. See, they should have waited long for they showed the rerun, but we had just seen the movie. See, when we already had seen the movie, he came back too quick because we already seen a bootleg revolutionary, and he just came back too quick. He came back too quick because we had already seen a bootleg revolutionary. They should have waited and let the bootlegness wear off and let us forget about the other bootleg. So we had already seen this where everybody went to jail messing with dude, and now he missing. Don't nobody know where he at. They snatched him off the mission. They snatched him up, hid him. You know, he got arrested in a little ass town. They made him turn himself into a little town. You know, pointing a rifle at the government agent. That was on purpose to take him off the mission because everybody found out he was bootleg. So they took him off the mission. Once we found out he was a politician. Once we found out they was running for political office first and then kept switching up, we like, hell no. Once we find that out, we like, hell no, sit your goofy ass down somewhere. Once we found out he was switching up, man, we was like, dude, sit your ass down. We knew he was straight bootleg. All these people got a file now. All their records have been confiscated. He called them out the shadows. So what he do? He come out with a revolutionary group. You call all the real revolutionaries out the shadow. You gather all their information, their contact information. The feds come. He know every one of these brothers. All of them is under serious federal investigation, and a whole bunch of them probably already been arrested. A whole bunch of them already been arrested because they be having a how do they know when the next march is? Because he got their email address. So he sent out blast emails. So that means the feds got all them emails and all them addresses to them emails. And all y'all pictures. Because they got stuff now they can push a button and all these masks go away and they see your real face. Right now they got stuff where they can see everybody's face. They could put it in a computer and the mask will disappear and they can see everybody's face. And when he went to court, this who showed up. This who he sent off, but this was his supporters when he went to court. Make it make some sense. And they arrested him in a little town out in the middle of nowhere. They had him turn himself in. Some real COINTELPRO stuff. Look. Look at his revolutionary face. He couldn't even make a good revolutionary face. Look at his revolutionary face. He tried to look revolutionary. Look at his revolutionary. Look. You know how black people say, look. Look at he tried to make the revolutionary face. This is revolutionary face. Do it look believable? Do he look like, did he make a good revolutionary face? Because he was a Hebrew Israelite, vegan, revolutionary. You remember? So remember, he was a politician. Y'all remember that, huh? Y'all remember when he was a politician? Y'all remember when he was a politician? He was running for office? Y'all remember, huh? Yeah, he was a politician. That didn't work. Y'all remember? He was a politician. Yeah, he was a politician. Then that didn't work. He been a lot of stuff. Then he was a hip hop DJ. He was some kind of hip hop DJ. He been all over the place. Yeah, he was a hip hop DJ. Y'all remember? He was all over the place. Got all them people lined up like that and got their damn information. Boy, black people go for anything. Yeah, march them in the front door and take them right out the back. That's what they'll do. They'll march me in the front door. They'll tell you I'm arrested. They'll march me in the front door at night. I mean, in the day. Then at night, they'll put me in a van to scoop me and let me live somewhere else. And every now and then, they'll bring me back to show I'm still there. But I ain't in that damn prison. I'm free. I'm an agent. Once they take me in there, you don't know if I'm in there or not. That's how they do it, y'all. That man that man wasn't in no damn jail. That man was somewhere getting a new mission. Look, got all these people, outed all these people. That's why you don't join no revolutionary groups. Y'all really believe he went out there and he just pointed a gun up at some government agents? No, they told him to do that so they could pull him out. Because everybody found out he was an agent. So he went and pointed his gun up where they told him so that they can arrest him and pull him off the mission. They pulled him off. Yeah, he ain't in the feds. He's somewhere chilling. They take you in there, but nobody can verify if you're there. At night, they put you in a van with a hood over your face and drive you. Or have a helicopter get you because you know the helicopters come to the prison, airlift people. So if the helicopter come to the prison, airlift somebody, and everybody locked up, they gonna think inmate got shanked or something. So they ain't gonna be suspicious because they always airlifted somebody to get poked up. So they can come at night while everybody else locked down. You hear the helicopters, they pick them up and take them out. Everybody like something must have happened, but you won't know what. Dude, been gone. Them government turncoats and all that, they don't be in the prison. They just walk them in there and make you think they in there. As long as you think they're in there, you won't look for them. So they ain't got to worry about nobody trying to put a hit on them. So it'll be like we arrested Pharaoh. They'll take me in the front door. They'll take me to a cell in there. And then late one night, they'll airlift me out of there or drive me out of there quietly. And you still think I'm locked up. I'm somewhere with some chicks chilling. They got somebody to go to the store for me, somebody to deliver everything. I got to stay there. I'm still locked up, but I'm locked up in a mansion or something. I still can't be seen. But I'm free, though. I can get in the back of a car and drive around because the police got orders. As soon as the police pull over the car, they going to tell them, no, leave that car alone, go. As soon as the police put the car I'm in there, it's going to say, let them go. I ain't even got to get out the car. I ain't got to get out the car. As soon as they run them license plates, it's going to tell them, stand down. They ain't going to never get to see me. I don't got to get out. That's the feds. The feds is heavy, boy. That boy a federal agent. It was obvious he was a federal agent. The same way with them revolutionary Hebrew Israelites, them was federal agents. Them was federal agents. A lot of them people that be on Sinetta TV is federal agents. A lot of them is the feds. I just seen Sinetta and the little fake conscious dude get into it with Whack 100. I said, they trying to suck Whack in. Whack, stop talking to them. That's the police, allegedly. Stop talking to them. That's the police, bro. I'm telling you, allegedly. All that information they had about Sarnetta and that underage girl and stuff, nothing happened, just polite. Come on, bro. You can't trust Sarnetta, boy. I'm just telling you. Dave Chappelle say, Trump, please leave Haitians alone. You know, Dave Chappelle is a sellout anyway. He's a clown for the system. You know what I'm saying? He's a bozo. Yep. Dave Chappelle is straight bozo. Been a bozo, been a clown. He ain't say nothing for black people. I bet you he won't say nothing for your black ass. He won't even marry your black ass if you're a woman. He won't marry you. Man, Jay, I don't mess with Dave. Dave is a bozo. I don't like him either. I don't like Dave Chappelle. He don't do comedy for black people. He do comedy for white people. Go look at his audience. He ain't our comedian. He a European comedian for Europeans. He a sellout. Go watch his comedy and listen to him close. Some celebrities don't speak for us because some celebrities don't speak at all. So I don't hate on celebrities that don't speak on us that don't speak at all. But Dave Chappelle always speaking though. That's the difference. Dave Chappelle's always speaking. Now, I'm glad you said something because the reason entertainers don't speak on certain social issues because entertainers are entertainers and their crowd is on this side and on that side. So speaking they don't win because they got both sides as an audience. And so if I got any type of entertainer, they're gonna be instructed not to speak on certain issues because you're an entertainer. You're not a political spokesperson. So when you're in the business of entertaining, you got to be neutral because you're just an entertainer. And your job is to entertain everybody. And your job is not to entertain this one or entertain that one. So because of that profession calls for you to be neutral. You're not selling out. You're not selling in. That's just not your job. We don't want to hear no political comedian. We don't want to hear no political rapper or singer. We don't want to hear that. So that's why they be advised to stay away from that. You're not going to get Denzel to say too much about certain issues. He's going to brush it off kind of. Because you're an entertainer, and that's a whole category by itself. You don't entertain Democrats. You don't entertain Republicans. So once you pick a side, you violating your job. You basically violating. Because we don't got you to do that. Like we don't want you to do that. Like I don't want no entertainer to speak on this like that. You're an entertainer. We just want you to entertain and stay neutral. Like an entertainer, you need to stay neutral. I'm fairly neutral. You don't really hear me say no whole bunch about Democrats or Republicans unless they running for office and I'm supporting somebody, I'll speak on it. But other than that, I don't know if y'all noticed, you don't hear me really speak on those two sides like that. Because they only going to give me, I only get a green light like that if it's an election and I like somebody, I could. But if I ain't campaigning for them, I don't do that. A lot of people got confused when I was supporting Harris because they don't listen. I told everybody I'm a campaign. So that was an experiment on campaigning, and that was a lesson on how hard campaigning is. But that was a failed lesson because nobody got it. Nobody understood what I was telling them. Nobody seen how hard that was. So I said, I'm a campaign. And I thought the audience would learn how difficult that is. Because I had to campaign every day for her. And then when you campaigning, you can't go against the person you campaign up for. See what I'm saying? See, as just a person, you could say, I don't like this one, I don't like that one. But as a person campaign, once you pick who you go campaign for, you stuck. That's that. If they do something you don't like, you can't say nothing. Oh, why so? If they do something you don't like, you can't say nothing. You campaign it. Campaigning is a job. It's not based on belief. You know, campaigning is a job. But, you know, it failed because nobody understood what I was doing. And boy, I worked hard. Ooh, that was hard too. That was hard. Ain't no way I'll do that again. Boy, that's hard. You know how hard it is to talk about somebody every day and push them like that? Ooh, wee. Yeah, that was a lot of work. And nobody really learned from it. So I feel like it was a failure because like nobody really got it. They was too many of the men had their panties on, so they couldn't comprehend what I was doing. They was too emotional over this side and that side. Kinda, I didn't care. I didn't really care. I don't got emotion like that. I just did what I did. I didn't really care. I didn't really care about what people were saying because I already decided to campaign. I was interested on whether they was understanding what I was doing, but I didn't care nothing about them not liking it because I was able to put some belief system behind it. So the belief system I put behind it is I use my daughters. They didn't understand that either. I'd be sometimes too high for the audience because I kept saying I'm pushing Harris for my daughters. I want her to win because I'm going to use it for my daughters. I never said nothing about policy. I went, because I was like, if she win, I'm going to put her pictures up of my daughters to use that to motivate them as women, to show them women could go somewhere. That was like talking to nursery school students. I was like, you know what I'm saying? That just flew. They ain't heard none of that. I was trying to give black people game, like how you could use things for your children. And I even told them that's what I did with Obama. When Obama won, I put his picture in all my kids' room and I used him for motivation to be somebody. And it worked. None of the boys went to jail or nothing. They all went to school. They all successful. They all doing great. That flew over their head too. I told them that's what I did with Obama. I used him for a role model. Then I tried to tell them the knowledge nobody won't listen. I said, little do y'all know, let's look at white presidents and stuff. You don't think white people use them for role models, for motivation? Yes, that's why they want whites to win. They don't just want whites to win for what they're going to do politically. They want whites to win so that their children see whites as great over your head. They not just voting for these white people just for their political. They voting for the imagery of a white man as the president. That's a fact, and they use that for motivation for their kids. That's a fact. Anybody don't understand that, they little, they not on my level. They little, they like this. They little. That's way over their head. It's a reason it's all white people on the dollars and on the money. It's a reason they make sure it's a bunch of white people because it's designed to encourage their race. And that's why they hated Obama, because Obama did not encourage them. Obama encouraged our children. They didn't like that. They couldn't wait to ever get a white person back in there. Because they deal with imagery. It's a reason Jesus is white, Moses is white, God is white, president is white. That's a reason. That ain't for no, that's a reason. Everybody know Christ wasn't white. But Santa, just name it. Santa Claus, everybody. Why is Santa Claus white? Why is Jesus white? Why is all the politicians white? Why? Because white people are smart. They're going to motivate their race. That's what they supposed to do. They doing what they supposed to do. We great. We greater than everybody. Black men don't understand that. But then you also don't understand why they shot their noses off of all the stuff in Egypt and broke all the noses. Because they don't want people to go and see no black sphinx, no black pharaohs. So they break their noses off of them. They don't want you showing you was like the beginning of civilization was black like that. Hell no. Hell no. Same thing. It's the same thing. That's the same thing. But sometimes, we over teach over the people's heads, so we have to take it. So me supporting a woman for my daughters went over, that was too deep. And they mind it couldn't be that. You know what I'm saying? Even the brothers with knowledge, their knowledge was like this. I said, I thought you had knowledge. Because I had brothers that had knowledge and they didn't see it. Even though I told them I wanted Hillary to win. I told them, I said, I wanted Hillary to win for my daughters. I got 3 daughters. I got 3 sons. I got 3 daughters. I wanted Hillary to win. I wanted a woman to win. If another woman ran, I'm going to support the woman. I need a woman to win. My sons, they get role models all the time. My daughters don't get none. My daughters, now I got granddaughters. I got 2 granddaughters. They need motivation too. They need role models. That's to the moon. Because black people don't understand imagery and all that. That's why you victims of imagery. You victims of it. You don't even know. You victims of imagery. Imagery is keeping your whole race down. Because all your kids see is everybody great but them. That's all they see. All your daughters see is women ain't shit. That's all your daughters see. All your daughters see is women ain't nobody. You telling me that's not bad for your daughters? To never see a woman accomplish nothing? She's always just to cook and have babies? That's good for our daughters? Real talk. But like I said, that's, you know what I'm saying? That's too much, especially in a political situation. That's too much. That's over their head. So they voted the way they voted. How's that going? You know, I was nice. I didn't throw it back in your face when you picked who you picked. I was nice. I just let it alone. I didn't throw that back in your face. I could have. I could have dogged everybody that went against what I've said once you picked who you picked. Because who you picked ain't on nothing. But carry on. Yeah, who you picked. You talk all that shit, but who'd you pick? That was a good pick. Well, the crazy thing is a bunch of Haitians picked them. Yeah. Yeah, a bunch of Haitians picked your new pick. How's that working out, Haitians? Yeah, a bunch of black immigrants picked who that is. They sure did. They picked somebody gonna throw their monkey asses out. I ain't say nothing till today. I coulda, but I like to just move on. But I could have. I could have been greasy, but I didn't. I don't be doing that. When I'm right, I just leave it like that. I don't be like, see, I told you I'm right. Oh, I don't do that. I think that's foul. If they don't get my point originally, just let it go. Don't be trying to like throw it back in black people's face like that. No, I ain't gonna do that. But y'all show didn't necessarily make the right pick. I'm just saying, not necessarily. Y'all definitely F8 and FO because I don't know what's up with dude. He might be all right, but I'm just saying, I can't say 100% he's better than Harris. I ain't gonna say that much because I don't know what she would have did. She might not have been no good either. It's all a chance. You know, she might not have been no good. I'm not really dissing Trump because the jury's still out. I don't know where he's gonna go. Trump is sporadic, so I can't really say nothing about Trump because Trump ain't got no agenda. Trump would just wake up Thursday and say, "I'm gonna give you reparations." Just give you reparations Thursday. Yeah, he's sporadic. Trump the type of person that give you reparations. He definitely unpredictable and do what the hell he want to do. He the only white man that'll give us reparations, don't give a damn who don't like it. He's a real trip. For real. He the first president that won't give a damn what Americans say. And I tell you something else about him. It's a high possibility he gonna give us reparations. But he the type of person I wait till his last year and give it to you and leave. he is tripped up. He the type of person, Trump is the type of person wait till the last year and say, I would give black Americans reparations. Not even if they don't pull it, piss him off. He want to do it anyway. He want to do it. He want to do it anyway. Yeah. He just will wait till the last minute. But he's definitely for reparations. He don't like black immigrants. He don't got no problem with black Americans. As a matter of fact, he felt like getting rid of black immigrants is helping us. That's how he is. He don't like black immigrants.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You know, you're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to get, you built the nation.
Nobody else got the balls to say that but that fool. He the only one crazy enough to say that just like that, and ain't nobody gonna say nothing. You know that's bold for him to say that like that. Because he don't care. So I think it's in the works anyway with him. I think one of his beef with black immigrants is that they don't treat us right. I believe that. I believe one reason he hard on black immigrants because they don't treat us right. And one thing about white men, they don't like traitors and rats. So they would not like black immigrants in this country going against us. In their world, use a rat, use a traitor. Because they look at it like they wouldn't tolerate that. They wouldn't tolerate no white South African or nothing. Coming over here, going against white Americans, they wouldn't tolerate it. No, he won't do it to piss off both parties. No. He'll do it because it's economically smart. It's a win. This is something black Americans don't even know. Foundational black Americans, they ain't even really got the right talking points. The fact is, reparations to foundational black Americans is good for everybody in the country. Because that money is going to go into the country and circulate. Foundational black Americans get reparations, they want a home improvement. How many whites are going to do the home improvement? Plumbing. How many whites going to do the plumbing? Cars. How many whites going to make the money from cars? Buying homes. How many whites going to make that money? So that money is going to spread out and stimulate the entire economy. On top of that, foundational black Americans is also going to save some of that money, which is going to go in the banks, and the banks are going to get interest off of it. It'll blow the whole country up. White Americans are stupid because white Americans, if they were smart, they would definitely want us to get reparations. Because when you're a hustler, you can't make no money if it ain't no money there. So if me as a white man, as a businessman, I would pray y'all get reparations because I can't make no money if it ain't no money out there. But if y'all get some money now, I can make some money. So now my company going to have record-breaking sales. We're going to make a fortune. Facts. White Americans that's against reparations are dumb as a rock. How you the race that control all the businesses and don't want nobody to get no money to spend with your businesses? You know how dumb you got to be? You got to be dumb as hell. Boy, you know how stupid you got to be? They looking at it like us. No, that's dumping money into the country. That's taking money and dumping it into the country. And that money going to go all around. That's a fact. Airlines, more money. Ships for vacations, more money. Tell me I'm lying. If we get reparations, are the hotels going to make less money or more money? Are the airlines going to make more money or less money? What about the cruise ships? Less money more, or more money? What about all the vacation sites? Less money, more money. What about furniture sales? Less money, more money. Automobiles, less money, more money. Carpentry, plumbing, electrician, roofing, painting, fencing, driveways, concrete laid. You think if I was a white man with a business, I wouldn't want you to get reparations? I can't make no money if it ain't no money out there. When somebody gets some money, then everybody could get some money. If nobody got no money, nobody can't get no money. White Americans are stupid if they ain't for reparations. They dumb as hell. Too much racism and not no sense. Child support paid off. Alimony paid off. Money just circulating. Well, when you run most of the businesses, how stupid you got to be that don't want no money out there? You got to be dumb as a goddamn rock. That's where hate holds you down. Reparations If they stop with the cashless society and give reparations, reparations to foundational black Americans will last this country for 30 years. 30 years, this country will ride off that money. 30 years. 30 years of prosperity will be in this country when they dump that money in this country. That money gonna do this for a long time, and that money gonna make money. That money gonna make money from overseas and everywhere. That money gonna circulate money. That money gonna make money. White people gonna make a lot of money. Black people gonna make. Everybody gonna make money. The economy will grow like crazy. That's why they say the greedy become the needy. Reparations is the best stimulus for black Americans. Would be the best stimulus in American history. You gotta be a stupid white American to think that black people gonna be over you with reparations. All the money you're going to make from reparations. You got to be dumb as hell. Reparations will benefit everybody in this damn country. If you ain't lazy, you're going to pop off. And whites going to make the most money. So they got to be crazy. If you white and you dominate and you run most of the business, you don't want the customers to get no damn money? When we selling in the streets and we hustling, let me ask you a question. When I'm hustling and I'm selling, illegal stuff, which I'm not promoting, how do I feel when income tax time comes and all my customers finna get their income tax? How do I feel? Do I feel like they finna get income tax, or do I feel like I'm finna get big money? I'm just saying. Am I happy if I got products to sell that the customers get income tax check? Is that good for me? Hell yeah. I couldn't imagine being out there and y'all got reparations. I'd be a rich. Come on, man. Come on, businessman. When a businessman hate the customers getting some money, that's where hate ruin you. That's why Europeans hate blocks they thinking. Because they look at reparations like we gonna get ahead. They don't see all the money they're gonna make. I mean, as soon as black Americans get reparations, you can go open a steakhouse. You're gonna get rich. You can go open a real elegant steakhouse and you gonna get rich. All white people got to do is go get loans and open some businesses. They're going to get rich, rich, rich. And it's not going to hurt us because some black people are like, all we're going to do is give the money back. No, there's no such thing as give the money back. Money circulates like blood. Money dries up when too much money goes overseas, and now it's not here circulating. No, it won't be no blacks don't need them. Blacks cannot go without them overnight. Period. And blacks can't do nothing without them. Show me where you can start a business without buying the shit from them. That don't even make no sense. That makes zero sense. There's no white person could show me how that would happen. No white person could show me how reparations would do great for us and wouldn't do nothing for them. Nobody, not a white person on this planet could show me how it would benefit us and not benefit them. Reparations would be a stimulus for the whole country. It'd be a big ass stimulus check. And I'm open-minded enough to think And if I was a white person, I wouldn't like it, I'll tell you. If I was a white person, I would want y'all to get reparations so bad. If I was any kind of white businessman. White businessmen are stupid as hell that they ain't pushing for reparations. They dumb. They dumb as hell. If you sell Mercedes Benz, Lexus, Cadillac, Bentleys, Lamborghinis, Testarossas, Vets, boats, homes, you don't want black people to get reparations? You dumb as hell. You got to be stupid. Your family gonna be instantly rich. Instantly. You're gonna have more money than the individual blacks because the blacks gonna get, let's say the blacks get 350,000. So many of them blacks are gonna buy a car. The car dealer gonna have more money than them. The car dealer gonna make way more than 350,000. Because if you got 50 million black Americans with 350,000, even if you just got 40, and they buy cars, the car man gonna have more than 350,000. He gonna make millions of dollars. Because he gonna get so much thousands from all them blacks. How much money is that? That's more money than the reparations. Duh. The steakhouse gonna make more money than the reparations the blacks got. The hotels, this is just common sense. Because they're gonna get so much money from 40 million black Americans, 35 million black Americans, depending if that number is adults or children. But however many black Americans it is, all them businesses is going to get money from them. That's more money than the reparations. Because I might just get 350,000. But how much the Bentley dealer going to make? He going to make millions. Because he going to get 40,000 from him, 40,000, 40,000, 40,000, 40,000, 40,000, 40,000, 40,000, 40,000 from how many blacks? So who got the most money? The Bentley dealer or the individual black American? The Bentley dealer gonna make more money than the individual black Americans, because how many individual black Americans is gonna buy Bentleys? Duh. The housing market gonna make more money because a pinch of all that money is more than what one person get. Am I right or am I wrong? If you got 30 million black American adults that got 350,000, the businesses gonna make the most money because they're making small amounts from 350,000 people. That's more money than those people getting individually. I mean, it's just math, right? That's more money than if we go buy homes, the home people making more money than we got individually. I'm just saying. iPhone gonna make way more money than any of us got individually. Everybody gonna get a new iPhone, the newest one. How much money is that? Can I get 350,000? How much is iPhone gonna get if 30 million black Americans get reparations? If 30 million black Americans could get 350,000, iPhone gonna make 350,000 how many times from everybody buying phones? They're gonna make more phones. The iPhone dealer gonna make more money than any of the people that got the 350,000 because they're getting a collection of that 350,000, which is more than 350,000, right? Listen, If 100 people spend 350,000 and they all spend 50,000, how much is that? So they down to 300,000. But if they spent with one business, how much did that business make? Shit. Let me see. 50,000 times 100. If I ain't mistaken, that's $5 million. That's $5 million. If just 100 Black Americans spend 50,000, that's 5 million. And all we got was 350,000. Because their money is a collection of all the money. Make it make sense. So that's only 100. That's only 100 Black Americans. But it's 30,000 of us who might have the money. Because it's almost 50,000 of us, but that's probably counting the kids. How the hell could they lose? How could American business lose with 30,000 Black Americans with $350,000 apiece? Boy, listen. See, hate make you stupid. That's a win like a mug, boy. Everybody win with that. Everybody win with that. Everybody win with that. Everybody win with that. White America win. Everybody win. White America, Black America, Hispanics, Asians, everybody win when you dump that money in this country. Everybody. It's not like Black America is going to be doing better than everybody. Everybody going to be doing good. Everybody. When I say everybody, everybody that got any kind of hustle to sell something is going to be doing great. The country will be rolling in dough. The best people to give reparations to is the Black Americans because we're a little behind, so we got to spend. White Americans, a lot of them is all right, so more of the money gets saved, plus it's 200-something million white Americans. So that's a lot of money. So if you had to give 200 million people 350,000, that's a lot of money. But if you only got to give 30 million people 350,000, that's way less money. 30 is less. 30 is 6 times less than 200. That's a win. That's chump change. Man, reparations is chump change compared to what they're going to make back. Facts. That's not even considering the stimulus money, how much that's going to make. The stimulus money going to make billions and trillions too. The stimulus money going to go crazy. The country will be rolling. That would be the best economical thing they could ever do for America, is give Black people reparations. Reparations to foundational Black Americans will be great for every American. Every American. This is when you white and you got too much hate, you shoot yourself in the foot. Whites that don't want us to get reparations is slow. They don't know no math. They shut down their own money. You know how dumb you got to be to not want black Americans to get reparations when you the one going to make most of the money? You got to be dumb as hell. Because black Americans ain't going to care about the money. They just going to want to make their living condition better. And they find a lot of black people not even going to quit their jobs. They just going to fix up their homes and stuff, put some money in the bank, and still go to work. And America going to make all that home improvement money, all that money. I'm talking about trillions. I'm talking about trillions of dollars they're going to make. Trillions of dollars going to be stimulating, rolling. And with that upgrade in American lifestyle, how many tourists going to come here to see that upgrade? There's going to be bands everywhere, music everywhere. It's going to be popping. That's going to bring in how much money in tourism? Billions, trillions in tourism. Reparations to foundational black Americans are bringing trillions of dollars of tourism. I mean, it won't be the American government giving that money. It won't be 3 months. They be done tripled that back. They dumb as hell. Am I lying? The American government going to triple that back. It's going to be like they never gave it to us. How much they just going to make in taxes? How much the country going to make in sales taxes? A fortune. How much the country going to get with federal taxes when it's time for January to pay your taxes? A fortune. Right back. Country popping. White people don't feel like they lost nothing. They're going to make a fortune. They ain't going to feel like the blacks doing better. The blacks ain't going to be doing better. How the blacks going to be doing better when you the one got the businesses going to get the money? Make it make some sense. There's this false thing we're going to get money. We just going to be walking around like we rich. That ain't how that going to happen for no $350,000. $350,000 is only going to get people a little right. It ain't going to make them rich. That's not rich. You can go get your little house somewhere for $25,000, $30,000, put a little home improvement in it. Be to spend $40,000, have a nice house, still got $300,000, get a car. By the time you spend down, you might have $150,000 left with everything you want in life. All that other money went into the system. Everybody else balling on the rest of that money. Balling. I know if I sold cars, coats, clothes, home improvement, anything, I know I would want y'all to get it. Hell yeah, give them that money. They finna shop. I'm finna make a fortune. Not really hood rich. Just living all right. That's all. Not really hood rich. There'll be a couple street people thinking they hood rich, but no. Most people will just be living all right. They won't be tripping like people imagine. They won't be that. People are tripping first until they find out how much everything costs and find out that ain't really no whole lot of money. Then people be like, whoa, okay. When people go start pricing stuff, and one thing about money make you be more smart. In a lot of cases, they never talk about that. They always talk about how money and you go blow it. But no, the reality is when you get money, you start counting because you don't want to mess it up. There's only going to be a few people mess their money up, comparatively speaking. A lot of people are going to be trying to figure because money make you want to save. They be lying on this internet. They don't be telling what's really the psychology out here. A lot of people, when they get that money, they're going to be paranoid of being broke again. They're going to be like, I'm not going to be broke again. This is how most people are going to be. But some people don't care about having a lot of money. They just want to be comfortable. So most people be like, I'm going to fix my house up. I'm going to get a nice car and I'm going to be comfortable. I'm going to put the rest in the bank. and I'm gonna go to work. So now if you got $100,000 in the bank and you go to work, you cool. They will go to work and keep paying the bills that way they've been paying them and let that little money sit there. They might send their kids to college or something like that. This whole thing was black people gonna get that money, be running around like they rich. That's not gonna happen like that. Money don't work like that. That's bullshit. Money makes you save money. Ask any hustler. Money do not make you blow money. Money make you save it. The country will be rolling. It'd be the best thing can happen for white America for sure. Reparations for black America is a win for white America. I don't know what's wrong with them. They got to be crazy. They don't want reparations for us. They got to be crazy. Because I know if I'm white and I got a business, I sure want y'all to get reparations quick. Hurry up and give it to them. If I'm Adriana Furs, if I'm Cadillac, any of them. If I do construction, I build houses, I sell coats, clothes, anything. If I sell basketball rims, I'm going to make a fortune. Everybody going to pave their backyard. Everybody going to have a basketball rim. You're going to sell millions of dollars just in basketballs. You know how many sneakers you're going to sell? You telling me if you Nike, you don't want to, if you iPhone, you don't want them to get that money. What is you, a fool? If you sell Mac computers, you don't want them to get that money? What, is you crazy? Shoes, coats, clothes, skillets, pots, all that stuff sound like hotcakes. Windows. People gonna want to put new windows in their house. How much money is that? Millions of dollars in just windows. Gutters, millions. Gutters ain't been the best on. Put some new gutters on the house. Cracks in the driveway. What they gonna do? They're gonna fix the cracks in the driveway. A lot of motherfuckers still gonna go to prison because they're gonna be too lazy to get their reparation. They're gonna be out trying to rob people. Crime is gonna do what crime gonna do. But it's gonna be harder to rob people because people gonna be packing, people gonna have their concealed carry, and people gonna have the best alarm system. So it's gonna be harder. It's gonna be harder to be a crook because everybody gonna be packing. They're gonna be like, I wish you would. And then most people, all their money gonna be digital. They ain't gonna have no cash. They're gonna be raking cards. That money gonna be in the bank. I never understood. You know how much hate you gotta have to not want to see us do good, even though you're gonna do good? You gotta really be full of hate. You rather do bad too, just to see us do bad. It just will break your heart for us to do good, even though you're gonna still do good too. Racism is gonna be the destruction of this world. It's gonna destroy Europeans. That hate gonna eat them alive. Watch. You can chop this up and send it out too. Chop it up and send it out. Tell people what I said. Because I'm going to be on a lot of shows probably by the end of the winter and all through next year doing interviews talking about this. This is going to be one of the things I'm going to push on talk shows and stuff, reparations and how it benefit white Americans. I'm going to do a whole thing on that. I'm going to do a whole thing for reparations directed at white people. I'm going to do a whole series of that, telling white people how they need to push reparations. It's going to go super viral, and they're going to be looking at it and saying, damn, I ain't never thought about that shit like that. That's what they're going to be saying. They'll be like, you know what? He making a whole lot of sense. Because they sure got to buy the shit from us. We ain't going to just have businesses right away. It's going to take us time to develop our businesses, but we're going to want to be comfortable. Our wives going to want to be comfortable. So the first thing we're going to do is get comfortable. And America going to make all that money. And they say, well, we going to be throwing money away? No, because in order to fill them orders, they're going to have to hire blacks. They're going to have to hire more people to fill the demand of how much people want stuff. So how many jobs that's going to create for blacks? They're going to have to hire how many people at UPS? Real talk. Listen, if they give black Americans reparations, how many people do UPS and FedEx going to have to hire? How many people they going to have to hire at these factories? How many people they going to have to hire at the auto plant? How many people they going to have to hire to do plumbing, roofing, carpentry, build homes, lay concrete? How many? A lot. They're going to have to hire a lot of people to keep up with that demand. Stimulate the whole goddamn country. Oh, my soul. Everybody win. Whites win right off the top because they the ones selling shit. You know how stupid you got to be the people control most of the sales and don't want to see no people get no money to buy shit from you? You got to be dumb as hell. This is what racism will destroy you. Hate will destroy you. It make you mess up your own self. Because, boy, I swear to God, if I was a white man, I want y'all to get reparations. I swear to God. I could come up if they give y'all reparations. Hell yeah, I could come up. Even if I'm just a regular white man, if I find out they're going to give y'all reparations, I'm going to open a business. I'm going to open up a business. I'm going to get a loan right now. I'm calling John and Henry and them. We finna be doing roofing, gutters or something. I'm calling all my friends that good in handiwork, the carpentry and shit. We so-and-so with plumbing. Yeah, we plumbing. All that. The white men that used to do stuff and went out of business, they're going to be back in business. Well, we back. I'll be back. Black folks can't really go broke because there's going to be too much money circulated. It's going to come right back. When that money go out there, it's going to come back. So blacks not only get reparations, but blacks going to be able to make money from reparations too. So you can take your reparations and open up businesses to make the money from the people that got reparations. Duh. Like me, I'll take my reparations, okay, we cleaning gutters. We cleaning gutters. We come get the leaves out your gutters. We're going to clean billions of gutters. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I could think of 1 million jobs that I could start and we get reparations because people got some money. You can't make no money if ain't nobody got none. If people got money, now you can make some. Businesses have gotten smaller and smaller and decrease because nobody got no money. So a lot of businesses been leaving. But people get money, businesses will start to flourish again. You ain't got no Fannie Mae candy and stuff, but let reparations come. You're going to have all that because white people going to have more money, Asians going to have more money, Hispanics going to have more money, and blacks going to have more money. Some people like, we going to go right back broke. No, we not. We're not going to go right back broke. It's going to be too much money circulating. We ain't going right back broke. That's bull. That's make-believe. Money don't work like that. Once that money out there, it's gonna do this for a long time. It's not gonna just be gone. Hell no, money don't work like that. Money don't work like that. Once that money out there, it's gonna be popping. The only people gonna be messed up is if you're lazy. If you're lazy, yeah. But if you got any get up and go, it's gonna pop off. Some people gonna get reparations and gonna make a whole bunch of money too, because all opportunities. So you done got reparations and a truck, and you doing window cleans or you doing some type of garden service. So you done got reparations and thousands of dollars from your new business. A fortune for everybody. Nobody's saying that. It's crazy. Yeah, everybody's smart. That's why I be looking. I'm like, well, how is everybody smart but dumb at the same time? Like nobody's saying that this is just common sense. This is common business sense. This is just common sense. When you dump that money, it go like that. Once you dump that money gone. Money gonna be growing too. New money gonna come in. That money attracts money, and when you put that money gonna make money. That money gonna pull in money, and lots of it. That is a fact. That's how money works. You give Black Americans reparations, the way the country gonna upgrade, tourism gonna go through the roof because everybody want to come see this new America that's popping. You're gonna have less music bands or more if you give reparations. More brothers and sisters, and people gonna go buy drums and shit. It's gonna be live music every goddamn way. It's gonna be up. Way up. The biggest stimulus in the US history. This is why hate destroy you. Because sometimes you got so much hate, you won't even do what's gonna help you. You're so worried about us getting something that you can't see what you're gonna get. You can't even see what you're gonna get. And a lot of blacks, they don't know what I'm talking about. They ain't no hustlers. They workers. They slaves. They don't know nothing about no money and flipping no money. So if you don't know nothing about flipping no money and you ain't got no business, man, you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. They give you reparations. Your kids can go in front of the house selling candy and they're going to make a fortune. You're selling candy. Because everybody got loose money. Everybody out. Everybody feeling generous. Everybody can buy whatever they want. The money going to go round and round. The only way you're going to go broke if you just spending and you ain't trying to figure out how to get none back. How many people going to be stupid enough to do that? Everybody going to be trying to figure out how to get some more money. Everybody going to be trying to figure out how to, even though they got reparations, spend it, they're going to see there's going to be need for businesses. So what fool going to just spend and ignore the need for somebody to get the money? Only a fool, because everybody going to see there's more needs out here now. It's going to create a business is based off of needs. The more money people got, the more needs there is. There's need more people to deliver refrigerators, deliver stoves. You gotta hire a lot of people to do that. When the demand go up for goods, you gotta create more jobs. We talking trillions of dollars in jobs. Trillions. Then we talking about making more money too. Way more money. You're making money from foreign tourists and all type of shit. Just more money coming in. Money attracts money. Reparations for foundational Black Americans will carry this country for 30, 40 years. Facts. All the country got to do is move accordingly. That's it. And that money has to go and grow and go for a long time. Because most Black families, that's going to do them good for 2 generations, easy. You think about a situation where an older Black person, they get reparations because of who they are, and their children get it too. And then that older couple, they pass away. So now the children got their reparations and mommy and daddy's money that they love. I'm just saying, because everybody going to get it. Just because when your mom and daddy get it, you get it too. It just don't go to one generation in the family. And then white Americans, you got all that access to all that money. All you got to do is roll your sleeves up and go get the money. Free money. For white Americans, it's free damn money. Free money. Hotel packed. Casino packed. Restaurant packed. Concerts packed. Festivals packed. Restaurant, food stores packed. Appliances sold. Jobs, roofing, painting, concrete, name it, through the roof. Everybody hiring. Everybody hiring. Only way you ain't gonna do nothing if you a lazy bum. If you got anything, get up and go. You gonna make some money. All you gotta do is go get it, because you can't make no money if it ain't there. And if you can't make no money if it's there, then that means you can make some if it's there. I mean, it's just hustling 101. With hustling 101, we can't make no money if the money ain't there. But if the money there, we can make it. That's just hustling. That's how it go. I can't make no money from you if you broke. I can only make money from you if you got money. So all the businesses that make money, how much money they going to make when they dump reparations into the Black community? They're going to make a fortune. Ain't nobody going to be trying to do no super weirdo Black save and shit. Ain't nobody going to try to do that. People going to live for the day. Some people going to be thinking saves and stuff like that, but the average person is going to get what they've been wanting all this time. They ain't going to want to pass away and not enjoy their life. Most people, they going to enjoy their life right then. That's what they're going to want to do. Some people going to save some. Some people going to spend it. They say, fuck save. I'm going to spend, man. You say, well, Fred, they going to spend theirs and go right back broke. No, because so much money going to be circulating, they'll be able to go get a job. They'll be able to get a job easy. Yeah, you want to be broke with that money stimulating like that? That's why they call it a stimulus. But they never gave enough money to stimulate nobody. So when America give away stimulus checks, they be too small. That's why they never work. You can't give no $1,000 stimulus check. They ain't gonna stimulate shit. To even get a small stimulus, you got to give everybody 10 grand at least, which ain't enough either. You ain't talking no real stimulus such you give everybody 50,000. Why wouldn't you do it? You're gonna get it right back. Ain't no such thing as no $2,000 stimulus check. That sounds stupid. People got $2,000 worth of bills already, so that ain't gonna, what that gonna stimulate? That you want to have a stimulus check? Give people some real money. The country will pop off. They don't understand. Throw it out there, it's gonna come right back. How the government scared to throw money out there when the government tax everybody? I don't know what America then got slow and stupid. Slow and stupid. Definitely. There's no way you could lose and put slavery to bed. White America, just put slavery to bed. Let it be done. You don't got to hear that shit no more. Black people got to shut the fuck up. You got your reparations. That's it. Let's move on. But for a white person to think black people going to do better than them, you got to be dumb as a rock. When you got all this money out here that you can go make it. They give black people reparations in 2027. You know how much money white people have by 2029? Shit. You be rolling too. Rolling. All you got to do is not worry about the black people when they first get it. That's all whites have to do. Don't worry about that. They happy they got their money. Set yourself up for them to come spend it with you. That's all. How much money Disney World gonna make if we get reparations? How much Six Flags gonna make we get reparations? The zoo, the movie theater. How much the cable everybody gonna turn their cable back on? Because everybody watching it on the phone right now. Cable people losing money. American businesses losing money because the people ain't got no money. Give the people some money and save your businesses. Duh, bruh. No, you stingy. And the whole country gonna go broke because you stingy. Because people that sucked all the money up and holding on to it. So ain't nothing stimulating. Now you're gonna go broke anyway. Crazy. Anyway, I can go on and on with some knowledge for y'all. But at least I told you. Send that to everybody too so they can learn something. We're going to push reparations. We standing on business. Godfrey is a goofy. Stop supporting him. Do not support Godfrey at all. He's canceled officially. We don't want to hear nothing he's saying. Stop listening to him. Of course he's going to say any old weirdo stuff to not be canceled. All right? Victory.